Testing. Hello and welcome to our coverage of the final day of the People's Poker Tour main event, brought to you by Microgame and Euro Rounders. Only 24 players return for the final day. Huge six-figure first place prize of 125,000, €500 buy-in, 1 million guarantee, and that includes seats to the World Series of Poker Europe main event for the top 10, worth €10,300. Here's our featured table. Saw some of these players yesterday. Milos Usun comes in with the chip lead at the table and the overall tournament chip lead. Huge stack, 14.2 million, 89 big blinds, massive lead over the rest of the table. Petri Tarlev in second, and a couple of players playing under nicknames there. Obviously a Fools and Horses fan from the UK, Trigger. Matteo Intiso, good player. And bringing up the rear there, Philippe Person and Nick from Romania, both on 6 big blinds. Levels today will be 60 minutes. I think we have maybe a wee bit of time to finish in level 27. And then 60 minutes from there on. All the players have locked up €3,025 payday. So yeah, big day of poker ahead. Massive spot for Usun. Recorded tournament cashes of just under 10,000. Was very impressed with him yesterday. Seemed very calm, composed. Made pretty much all the right decisions in any difficult spots he found himself in, and got most of that stack from huge hand towards the end of the day. Queens against kings against threes. Usun had the threes. I had the kings. Three way all in, and they held and he's coming in for the final day in a very strong position. So here we go with the first hand. Corleone with Queen Jack in the cutoff. Goes for large opening size, 3.4 off his 21 big blind stack, and Trigger has Ace King suited on the button, 21 bigs. In the face of that kind of size, seems okay to just rip it, but we'll see what he decides to do. And he goes for pretty much an all-in 3-bet, leaving one big blind behind. And quick fold from Corleone. And I think Trigger did show there. Thanks very much for joining us on the Twitch and YouTube chat. Please do get involved. Let us know where you're watching from, if you're watching, supporting anybody in particular. Any fun poker plans coming up? Anything at all you might fancy a chat about, get involved. And wow, quick bust out there. Oh, sorry, Pearson moved all in from the big blind with his 6 bigs with King 8. And there's first knockout, first hand of the day. And an unfortunately short stay for Pearson. Plenty of action the first couple of hands. Uncle Nick ripping it from under the gun with King 10. 6.1 bigs. Tarlev with King Jack in the next seat, asks for a count. Starting the day with 27 bigs. And he's made the call. So 2 all-ins in the first 2 hands, and wow, Corleone has woken up with the rockets and quickly ships it into the middle. 17 bigs. Wow, what a start to the day. Richard the Maud lamenting the exit of a fellow Dutchman. Yeah, unfortunately so. And it looks like we could well see the end of Uncle Nick. 10 bigs for Tarlev to call. Half his remaining stack. Doesn't seem like a great spot, and he gets out of the way. So aces against King 10. Nick going to need some help. He seems pretty confident. And no help for Nick on the flop. Going to need running cards, running king, running 10. And that is the end of Nick. So 2 very short stays for the short stacks. Two quick knockouts. And quickly down to 22. Hi to Rosa, Mal, Bird, our lovely mods, Johan and Richard. Thanks very much for joining us. And Luis and Christian. And Arlil on the YouTube chat. Sorry about the sound issues there. I think we've got that sorted. Thanks very much. And looks like we lost a player on one of the outer tables, so down to 21 now. And there will be a pay jump from 4,035 to 4,750 with the next knockout. And Entiso limps from the small blind with ace-3. Tarlev checks back, jack-7 of clubs. Wheel draw for Entiso. Not much but backdoors for Tarlev. Seems like a good spot for Entiso to lead small. And he bets 175, just over the min. Blinds 80,000, 160 with a 160 big blind ante. Hi Kiwi, thanks for joining us. You were there all day yesterday, so thanks for coming back. I know it's an early morning start for you, so much appreciated. I hope you've got a strong coffee. I've got one here. And Tarlev just gets out of the way there. And the Cowboys for Guarini in the hijack. 13 bigs. Goes for the open. .6 bigs. Chip leader in the big blind maybe wants to charge him a bit more. But Usun doesn't have much. And unfortunately for Guiarini, no action. Kings at kings indeed. Middle of the night for Kiwi. Thanks for joining us. Hope you enjoy the show. Been plenty of action to start the day, so let's hope we continue that way. And another hand for Guiarini. Goes for the same size, 2.6. Leon Viehoff from the Netherlands. Gives Queen 10 a moment of thought, but disposes of it. And Antiso with the pocket eights in the cutoff, 18 bigs. This could be another collision. Decides to just make the call. See what the flop brings. And Usun will come along with 8-6 of hearts in the small blind. And Corleone with a nice hand to peel as well. King 9 of hearts. So likely to be 4-way to the flop here. And Guiarini hits the front with the pair of aces on ace jack 9. Corleone with third pair. And Guiarini does just ship it into the middle. Slight overbet on the pot. 2 million into 1.8. And I think this will be too much for Corleone, but he's going to give it some thought. Maybe he could be ahead of some flush draws, but not much else really. And he does make the fold. And looks like Guiarini has a bit of a real round of applause for him. And yeah, another massive event at King's with the People's Poker Tour. Huge numbers, the whole festival. 1,899 entries for the main event. And only 21 players remain. Life-changing money up top for the win. Chance to play in the World Series of Poker main event Europe with a top 10 finish. Massive opportunity for these players. And Antiso with the 7 spades in the hijack. 15 bigs, still has a stack that he can open from. And Corleone makes the call with Queen Jack in the small blind. Dwight Brunson for trigger in the big blind, but not good enough to peel a flop. So heads up to the flop. Antiso in position. Pairs for both on the King Queen 7 flop. Corleone with the best of it, quickly check through, and Corleone will lead out on the turn. Third pot, 335k into 900 odd, 960 odd. And Antiso wisely gets out of the way. So decent start for Corleone. Woke up with the aces. With a bit of action ahead of him, and has picked up a couple of pots since then as well. Narund shoot the pocket eights, reshove pre-flop. Yeah, no, definitely a potential move there with 17 bigs. Certainly wouldn't criticize it. I think the flat's fine as well. It's one of those spots where you can sort of mix it. If you feel the player is opening a lot, especially from those middle positions, then I probably do prefer the 3-bet jam. Obviously, we're at the start of the day here, only a couple of hands in, so people may be still trying to get a feel of how people are going to approach this. So, yeah, maybe not enough data points to be making those decisions for your tournament life this early. Decided to take the lower variance approach, and then he's just easily able to get away from what was a bad board from him. But yeah, no, I mean, certainly wouldn't have criticised a 3-bet jam there. Yeah, Chili Dog, 3 people called his raise. Yeah, well, I think it was an open from a player, and then Antiso had the 8s, and then he decided to call, and then 2 players came in behind him in the blinds. So, if he'd 3-bet jammed, then it probably would have just been against the original opener. And that is obviously also the risk whenever you do flat call. You risk other players coming along, going to the flop 3, 4, 5 way, which obviously severely damages your equity. You've got far better equity against one player, just as a matter of maths, statistics, than multi-way. And yeah, multi-way pots, obviously far more difficult to negotiate post-flop. Corleone coming in again with the 2.6 size from the cutoff with ace-9. And Vhoff, king-9 in the big blind. Seems like an automatic defend, so first time we'll get to see him in action. Hi, Jonathan Faulkner, Luis. Michael in the YouTube chat, another Irish commentator from Michael. Yep, indeed. They must think we've got a good accent for it. We do also love our poker as well. So paired board, 10-10-4, 2 clubs. Corleone with the ace of clubs. Seems like a good pot to c-bet small. Good board to c-bet small, sorry. Gone chunky, half pot. And Vhoff with just back doors, no club against that size. Not a hand you want to be continuing with, and he does quickly get rid of it. Compliments for the accent from Michael. Thanks very much. Where are you from? I can't quite see your full name, but it looks like it could be an Irish name. Michael John O something. Yeah, my name's Richard Hayes. I'm a poker player, poker journalist, work for Poker News, World Poker Tour, amongst other stuff. And Usain with the Rockets, chip leader, tournament chip leader at the start of the day. Can he cause some more damage? And King Queen for Corleone. Usain gone for 2.7 opening size. And causes Corleone to get rid of King Queen. Guarini with Queen 3 suited on the button. Weak ace for Vhoff. Gets out of the way. And Tiso not going to be interested with 4-3 off 11 bigs. So disappointing for Usain. I think with his chip stack, I would like to see just mid 2.1 opens. Don't think you need to go that big. He can just put a lot of pressure on these small stacks. Can get away with opening a fair few hands that maybe he might not do otherwise. And Corleone's picked up quite a few hands in this first session. Queen Jack of Spades. 2.6 seems to be his standard size. Michael from London, Irish Londoner. Yep, there's plenty of those around. Yeah, I lived in London myself for 12, 13 years. Moved back to Ireland a couple of years ago. And Vincenzo supporting his fellow Italian, Mr. Corleone. Yeah, it feels like I'm in an episode of The Godfather at the moment. Wonder where he's from. I wonder if he is from that Sicily area. I think there is a town called Corleone in Sicily, isn't there? So yeah, Corleone, the big mover in those first 10, 11 hands, up to 6 million. Usain slightly down on his 14.2 starting stack for the day, but still in a very dominating position at the table. And down to 20. So potentially not far off the 2-table redraw. Whenever you get down to 16, those 10 World Series of Poker Europe main event seats are going to start to come into play in terms of people's thinking. And Vhoff, he is king of diamonds. Beautiful hand. Makes it 400 to go. Blinds 160. And Usain with ace-8 in the big blind. And he will defend. So this could be interesting. Seven, 6, 3. Favours Usain's defend range. Backdoor diamonds, and Vhoff will just take the free card, and that is pretty good for him. Brings in the flush draw. Usain definitely has a lot more 5x than Vhoff, and he's going to see if he can take this away on the turn. But Vhoff will certainly be peeling the flush draw for 2 big blinds. And he makes the call. And there we go. Binks it on the river. Unfortunate that Usain has air. Is he going to still try to tell a story that he has a 5? But does decide just to give up on it. Little peek just to check. Definitely was diamonds. I've definitely got there. And he's obviously praying that Vhoff has some kind of 2-pair or the 5. But as we can see, unfortunately, he's not going to get any action here unless Usun pulls out something crazy. And no, he does just quickly get out of the way. So yeah, decent wee pot for Vhoff. Unfortunate that Usun didn't have any of that. And King 6 of clubs for Leon in the hijack. Perfectly reasonable hand to open. Makes it 400. And Tarlev on the button with a medium ace. $19 bigs, awkward stack size. Decides that's not the one. And wisely, with Usun behind him with ace jack, would like to see a 3-bet here from Usun. Put pressure on as the big stack out of position. And he does go for the 3-bet. Looks like 1.1 maybe. $1 million. Would like to see a wee bit bigger, to be honest. Out of position. 1.2, 1.3, maybe even 1.4 is giving Leon a reasonable price here to continue with a suited king. Potentially good board coverage with the 6. If it does come pretty raggy, can potentially connect with that, but does decide just to get out of the way against chip leader Usun. But yeah, decent play from him. Found the 3-bet spot. Takes down the dead money. Not a bad result. Jack 10 of clubs for Tarlov in the cutoff. Pretty hand. Oh, Usun has acted out of turn and
How does that affect what Tarlev is going to do? I think it was a definite open beforehand. What's he going to do now? And that does force him to fold, and that's a bit, bit of a rough one for him. Usun apologises. I think it was completely unintentional, but he'll end up being very happy because Corleone woken up with another monster. Pocket kings in the small blind. Makes it 1.4 to go. And Usun, well, I'm sure be getting out of the way with Queen 10, probably thinking this is a bit of a weird hand now. I've acted out a turn. Could have potentially worked to his benefit, but yeah, makes a quick fold. So yeah, I'm sure the dealer will have a word with Usun. Just a reminder to keep the concentration levels up and be aware of what's going on around you at the table. Can be easy to miss things, especially whenever, I'm sure these guys have been playing for the guts of 2 weeks solid, maybe. Long day yesterday, so I'm sure they're going to be tired, and mistakes do happen. And Guarani gets a walk in the big blind with Trigger the exact same hand in the small blind, so good result for him on his relative short stack. Trigger on the button with Jack 7 of diamonds. Makes it 450 to go. And King 7 for V off in the big blind. Seems like a compulsory defend, but does let it go versus the button open. Trigger will be happy with that. Does look a bit like Trigger, actually, from a modern day Trigger from Fools and Horses. would need to see what's under the hat if that comparison really stands. But yeah, obviously a fan of the classic British comedy. And 10-8 suited for Guarini on the button. And Vhoff with the ace-8 in the small blind. Now this is interesting. Guarini 17 big blind stack. You would think his button opening range will have tightened up a wee bit. Definitely would be opening 10-8 of diamonds if I was him, but from Vhoff's perspective, you would be thinking his button opening range is maybe a wee bit tighter, but ace-8, small blind, cover him, feels too strong against the button opening range. He's gone for a big size, 3.4, and Vhoff does go for the 3-bet. And Tissot quickly folds ace-2 suited at the big blind. So an ace is gone. And this is the problem with the bigger opening sizes off the shorter stacks. He's already got sort of almost 20% of his stack in there. And he's faced action behind. Don't think he is priced in. But, if you make the same open 2.1 or 2.3, then it's just less damaging whenever somebody does play back at you in the small blind or the big blind. Still looks strong opening off that sort of 17 big blind stack on the button. You're not going to be doing it with absolute garbage. So I think the 2.1 size or 2.2 size sends exactly the same message as the 3.4 or 3.5 that he used there. But awkward stack sizes. These sub 20 big blind stacks can be very difficult to play. And then Tissot short stack now, 10-5. Not going to be good enough in the small blind, and gives Tarlev a walk, and he has the ace. and more garbage for MT, so it won't take much for him to get it in the middle, but nothing he can move with so far. And another walk. And yeah, if you guys have a gap in your summer schedule, you should definitely take a look at the upcoming schedule at King's. Loads of big festivals coming up. Low buy-ins, big guarantees. Really, really good structures. If you travel into Prague, Munich, Frankfurt airports, you can arrange transfers with King's. Accommodation for all different levels of budgets. Czech Poker Masters coming up after this. And then the Euro Poker Million 2 million guarantee main event, 590 buy-in. And you would think that's going to be absolutely massive. And then, of course, World Series of Poker Europe, running from the middle of September the 17th, and the main event starts on October the 3rd. 6 million guarantee. And Usen's limp 10-4 suited in the small blind. Corleone's check Jack 3. And Corleone hits top pair. Not much for Usen, apart from some backdoors. And Usen has a stab at it with a min bet. And Corleone's going to click it back. Makes it 650 to go. Usen having a good think, but don't think he can continue there, and he does fold. And some more decent play from Corleone. The graph has only went upwards from the start of the day, so he'll be very happy with that. Chili Dog's 60th birthday over the WSOP Europe, so won't be playing, you'll be partying. Fair enough, my friend. It's definitely a milestone that should be celebrated. And Guiarini, Ace King. Opens off 14 bigs under the gun. Usain just checking the amount of the open. And looks like he might be thinking about a 3-bet with ace-5 suited here. Decides to just call. Corleone looks vexed by Queen 10 in the small blind, but eventually gives it up. And trigger 4-3 of hearts. Almost a 3 big blind open, but does have a caller, but decides price not quite good enough, stack not quite deep enough to see a flop there. And Guiarini still ahead on the 10-9-4 flop, 2 diamonds, neither player with a diamond. We'll check it across to Usain. He'll take the free card and does pick up a pair on the turn with the pair of 5s. And Guiarini rightly takes the flop check as a sign of weakness, but Usain has improved on the turn. Goes for 3.3. And doesn't look like that's going to be enough to shake off Usain. Ahead of all the flush draws, ahead of all the Broadway cards. Ahead of maybe 3s, 2s. And 7 is a brick for Guiarini, and looks like he's going to go for it. Fair play to him. Tough spot for Usain with now 4th pair. Guiarini trying to tell the story. He checked back something strong on the flop, but Usain's not buying it. Finds a good call, and that is the end of the road for Guiarini. Nice call from Usain there. Didn't believe the line that Guiarini was trying to tell. Felt that if he had anything on the flop, he would have continued. Missed flush draws there. And yeah, Usain, yesterday was very methodical. Felt like in every sort of hand that was, a bit of a tough spot or a, reasonably difficult decision, he always came down on the right side of it. So playing well with the stack. Could be a hard man to stop. We'll have to see how the day pans out. Kiwi and Chili Dog in the chat praising the call. Yep. He just didn't believe the line Guiarini was trying to sell him. And from Guiarini's perspective, it's unfortunate he's picked up a pair on the turn there. Trigger raised the small blind with king 5. Vhoff suited 5-3. Folded king 7 in the big blind earlier against a button open. But does defend the 5-3 suited. Picks up a gut shot and some backdoor clubs. Trigger still ahead with king high. And Trigger will continue. Down to 17 players now, so must have been a few knockouts on the outer tables. Everybody locked up €5,475. And Vhoff peels a turn with his gut shot and backdoors, and backdoor flush draw does come in. Trigger slows down and seems like a good spot for Vhoff to try to take this away now. Decides to take the free card though, and gets there with the straight. Unfortunately, probably not going to get any action from Trigger unless he decides to lead out here, but he does check. And Vhoff bets 825 into the 1.8 pot. But unless Trigger is feeling like a hero call, he's not going to get paid with his straight. And he does give it up. So yeah, Usain, 2 million increase on his start of the day stack up to 16.2. Vhoff and Corleone almost 50 bigs behind him. Chili Dog sending Vhoff the good vibes. Let us know if you're supporting anybody in the chat. And Tarlev with the pocket nines. Under the gun, blinds up 100, 200, 200k, big blind empty. And these are really going to start to hurt the short stacks. 500k every orbit. No action so far for Tarlev. And Tiso with Jack 10, 4 big blinds. Already has a third of his stack in there, and he'll take the spin with that. And he'll be very pleased to see he's flipping. So, Tiso at risk. Short stack all in for 5 big blinds. Tarlev with 10 big blinds behind. No help for Tiso on King 2-2. Five of diamonds turn is a brick, so Jack or a 10 on the club, on the river, otherwise it is over for Tiso. And we're at the 2-table redraw. 6 of hearts. And wow, what a first session. 8 players knocked out in the first hour. Third of the field gone. Down to the final 2 tables. And we'll be taking a 16-minute break or so while the redraw is done. And get a new feature table. So there is the state of play. Usen in a great position. Very close between Vhoff and Corleone. Trigger bringing up the rear, but on 17 bigs, plenty to play with. So we'll see you in 18 minutes or so. Thank you.
You're in trouble now, pal. The Ukrainian bulldog.
Who really has been kind of quiet, dormant, let's call it, for the most part. Did play that ace-deuce against Sai. Flop 2 pair, got counterfeited on the turn, got away from it on the end versus a very meaty bet. Here he is with this king-queen. And he's got Dessett's queen-9 in a bad way. First involvement we're seeing from Andre. And this is going to be a troublesome flop when we've got 1.4 million back. Top pair, 550 in the middle, 200K bet.
Yeah, this SPR against this opponent as well. I mean, this feels like an inevitable end of the road, perhaps, for Andrzej, unless he can find a safe turn or... No, he's check raising. Check raise for a third of his stack. Queen 7-3, 2 spades, only 1-9 left in the deck.
Volkov would hate to lose a customer here if he were to put the rest on request now. I think the flat here and allow Dessett maybe to put the rest in there would be a safer path to ensuring that you're going to get the spin for all of it.
I like where your head's at. In theory, that makes a lot of sense. I think if we're a bit deeper, with Dessett putting in 500 of his 1.4, I wouldn't fault Volkov for thinking, okay, let's just run it. This guy is never folding. Queen 9 may actually still hit the muck here if he goes all in, but he's got to side with you, Ali, and just give Dessett as much rope as possible, perhaps with like a 6-4 or 5-4 type holding.
I think Volkov has already decided that he's ready to play for the rest, regardless of how the board develops. So the flat here isn't really of any consequence in terms of, you know, texture changing in some way undesirably for the king-queen.
Let's have a look. A 1.6 outlet.
Everything all right?
On a 10K ladder. Yeah, it's like a hiccup mid-sentence.
You might be experiencing indigestion of the type that Desit soon rates to be experiencing himself if those two little words cross his lips.
I think given that we're on a 10k ladder, he's going to leave a chip behind. If he does, kind of go for all of it. Wow.
So the all-in does come in. Volkov makes the call, and devastation will be that which ensues for Desit unless a 9 is found.
Case 9 needed.
Good luck, guys.
Upside down variety on the end. Brisk GG. And then a walk over to the rail to his camp. Chat absolutely in love with Ting Sai. Playing well. Content creator out in Taiwan for 6 Poker.
Shout out 6 Poker.
Poodle, by the way, has been V-pipping a little harder than the remainder of the field. No cause for alarm. Volkov simply dropped a few chips. Wasn't actually looking to get involved with 6-3 off. Sammartino. Diamonds are smothered. Has really his morale.
Yeah, it's been a rough level. Very rough level. Started with around 55 bigs, dropped down to 29. Potentially going to pick some up here. But yeah, losing 20 blinds in any level is rough, especially with a clock like this and a structure like this.
Top pair for Sammartino against the 2 overs and the gut shot. Backdoor diamonds, all of which come together for a 280k c-bet out of Poodle. Let's see if Dario wants to make noise. For now, just a flat. 10s and 7s, though, on the turn as it goes from gut shot to double gut shot for Poodle and from 1 pair to 2 for Dario Sammartino.
That's a very spicy turn card. The fact that Poodle still has 8 outs here. It's pretty wild. 1.1 million out there. Potential lead card for Dario would be unorthodox, but honestly don't mind it. I mean, if it's a turn card that you think your opponent's going to check back a decent amount of the time, yeah, reaching for chips.
A lead of 225, and now with the double gutter and the 2 overs at this price, Poodle could certainly be retained. So another 450 sliding in, and
no.
the Queen of Hearts, the Devastator for Sammartino. Backdoor hearts on the board.
Yeah, really, the only saving grace is that it does complete the flush. Had a non-heart queen rolled off. Really could have been showers. Still expect Sammartino to lose a lot of chips here.
Yeah. He's only got 2.4 back. 1.5 SPR. Note that he's found the check.
Which is incredible, by the way.
Yeah, and will he be able to find a fold in the face of sizing from Poodle, which we expect to be meaningful?
I'm not sure. I think Poodle's going to have some very natural bluffs here. Some ace-jack type holdings. I don't think Queen-jack, Jack-10 or Jacks ever turn themselves into a bluff. That doesn't really make much sense. It has so much showdown. But there certainly are bluffs in there. Ace-9 with a heart? I don't think so. I don't even know if Poodle's opening Ace-9-0 from under the gun. He could potentially value own himself with a hand like Kings with a heart, Aces with a heart. It's 1.3 into 1.6, more than half of Dario's stack. And we were just talking about the chance for him to head into break and just shake things off, come back with 30 bigs. It's looking likely to be sub 15. This would be a world-class fold, given how this hand's played out. It's made the call, Ali. 4.2 million chip pot for Poodle. And you just see it go from bad to worse for the Italian.
Yeah.
We've all been there. No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked up. That'll be the payout for the next two spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Ali.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by two black kings,
Just gonna be bang bang.
yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been the more apropos, but I know,
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
that it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella, one that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required for set continuation, unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Well, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello?
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Queen 3 ще коштували інфа.
Did you catch a glimpse of Shilko's glass, by the way? I don't think that's on offer here at Kings. That may be a a personal receptacle there. That copper. Well, he's not working a Moscow Mule
No,
venti, is he, or a mint julep?
it's the entire fit. He's got the Rolex Yacht Club polo shirt on. He's got the Breitling Aquamarine Super Ocean timepiece on his left wrist. You know, he's got the Triton scarf, copper flask. I dig it. He's trying to go for the old Dad's hedge fund is funding my poker career look. Don't believe me when I go all in kind of vibe.
Oh, we know differently. His talents are funding his poker career. 10-7 suited is funding the Hijack Open from Tabakaru. Oh, remember, 3-bet from the small, showed the ace-king, obviously looking to buy some table image. Ace-9 suited. We pause upon Kuru.
I don't know if you've sensed the shift in the pace of play as well as we head into the final 90 minutes or so. We've been at 46 for a while. They were dropping like flies when we came back in as Shilko in the small with the decision for 10 bigs. Oh, here we go. Is this it? Checking the itinerary.
245 already delivered, so this will be a spin. There's no world in which Kudu's going to release. But Shilko trying to put him on a range here. Hijack open, button 3-bet. When you have the ace-queen, you're focused more upon the 3-betters holding than the opener, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, the 3-better is on the button, playing around the same stack as the opener. Going to just be leaning into the perceived lighter open from the hijack. I think it's evenly split in terms of how worried we are about both players. Not an easy spot. Not an easy spot. I mean, he knows he has no fold equity, so he's always going to be spinning the wheel. It's whether he wants to go for it or not.
Everybody playing so slow.
Who just said that?
I didn't catch it. Maybe Benitez?
Oh, there we go.
I know, but
Comes to the right decision. Yeah, Benitez a bit uncalled for in my opinion. It's a 3-bet spot
46 left, main event.
with action behind, like
Минимум дамы. Минимум дамы. Не годится. I know. Никогда. Просто ты don't know about that. Здорово.
Well,
Первый раз он исполнил, прикинь.
comments aside,
За что я говорю, да.
we're going to play for 760.
Look at the glance. Kura's giving it, by the way, kind of just like, hey pal,
Удивительно, да?
be careful who you make enemies of.
Paired flop, presenting opportunities for Kuru. Shilko. Nervy moments for his ace-queen, and the 9 on the turn. A dagger delivered to the Belarusian. Can he find a queen in turn on this river? That would be the only escape. And he cannot. No justice sometimes. Obviously, Shilko coming off of a massive victory at the PSPC. Doesn't have a whole lot to complain about, but that was a spot that deserved a bit better.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the final day of the People's Poker Tour main event, brought to you by Microgame and Euro Rounders here at King's Casino in Rozvadov. Rapid
bust out of 8 players in the first hour there. So we're down to the final 2 table redraw, 16 players left. Here is our new feature table. Thomas Jedno from Czechia, local player, leads the way on 46 bigs. As we know, Usen from the previous table is the overall chip leader on about 16, 17 million. Wissam Urtani there, saw him yesterday, very good player. 3 Italians, a couple of Dutchmen, Shigang Mo from China, and Anatoly Savin bringing up the rear from Ukraine. And we saw Corleone in the first session there, had a good solid first session, picked up some big hands. Apologies on YouTube. I see the Nightbot seems to have incorrect payouts. We'll get that updated very shortly. So top 10 get €10,350 seat tickets to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. First place, €125,000. Spot at the final table, 9,350. Everybody has €5,475,000 locked up at the moment. Second, 70k. So potentially a big heads-up match ahead of us. And yeah, some life-changing money up top for these players. Hi Casino Malta, thanks for joining us. Hi Bob Marley. Appreciate everyone joining us on your Monday afternoon, or indeed your Monday morning, wherever you may be in the world. So here we go, first hand. And everybody's bricked on this flop. Jedno still ahead with ace high. He opened from middle position and both the blinds called. And Pomponio is going to lead out with backdoor straight and flush draws. And that might well be enough to get the job done. And Mo quickly folds. And yeah, I think those payouts should be updated on YouTube now. And yeah, no, with the pocket nines under the gun 1, 51 bigs. Min raises. And the ladies for De Haas in the cutoff. 34 bigs. And could be looking at a spicy hand to kick off this second session. And makes it 1.3 million to go. And Mo with a hand as well in the small blind. Ace Jack. Looks small after that action ahead of him, and he quickly gets rid of it. Yedno has a peek at what De Haas has behind. And he does make the call. So off to the flop we go. Yedno in trouble at the moment, and wow. Set over set. All club board, which may potentially slow down the action, but wow. Brutal cooler. Yedno checked it across. De Haas continues with just under half pot bet. And you know, if this wasn't an all club board, it's an easy check raise for Yedno. But this definitely complicates matters. And he does decide to go for the check raise, puts De Haas all in. He gets it straight in. Will be delighted to see he's against the set. Yedno can't believe it. Absolutely brutal. One outer for Yedno. Or running clubs for the chop. De Haas says to the dealer, "Don't do it to me." Oh my goodness. What a crazy hand. What a crazy, crazy hand. De Haas can't believe it. Absolutely sickened. And what a lifeline for Yedno. Chili dog, I jinxed it. Yeah, may well have done. Commentator's curse. My goodness. What a crazy hand. Haven't seen anything like that for a long time. I'm not sure I've ever seen that, to be honest with you, in live poker. Set over set and ending up in a chop. Wow. Yedno must be thinking, I've got 9 lives today. Crazy, crazy stuff. What a hand to kick off the first session. Chat going crazy for that one. Yeah, just unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a crazy game it is. De Haas, ace king in the hijack. Maybe he'll have better luck this time. And Pomponio will flat in the cutoff with deuces. Hi, Battle of Malta. Hi, Simon. Sui and Genio. Thanks for joining us. Lovely to have you. Sui and Genio, what are the odds of that happening? I've got no idea. I would love to know. I can probably try to fire it into one of my odds calculators. So Pomponio still ahead here on Queen 10-6, but obviously never looks great for the juices. De Haas with the gut shot, 2 overcards. Fires out a bet 475,000. So the tie there is 4.55%. So actually not completely out of the realms of possibilities in terms of statistics, but I honestly can't remember seeing a hand like that in live poker anyway. Yeah, Pamu 4.55%, right on the money. Round to Vhoff on the button with King 9. Perfectly reasonable hand to open. Min clicks it. And yeah, no, not interested with Jack 2 in the big blind. And looks like we've lost a player on the other table. So down to 15. De Haas gets rid of Ace 4 of hearts. Pomponio, King Jack of clubs. Nice hand to open a middle position. Goes for 3 bigs. And yet no Ace 8 of clubs in the small blind. Decides to get out of the way. And Savin 11 bigs, decides he can't defend queen 6 off that stack. Folded round to Yedno on the button, but 7 deuce, worst hand in poker. Savin with ace 6, 11 bigs in the small blind. Can certainly jam here, can certainly limp, hoping to induce some action and come back over the top. Goes for non-all-in raise size. And Corleone just has 8 deuce in the big, so Savin gets that one through. Savin looks like he's got about 60k in Hand and Mob recorded results. Try to do a wee quick bit of research on new players here. Vhoff just over 21k. Not much of a tournament record to speak of for Yedno and Pomponio as far as I can see. But can't draw any conclusions from that. Could be big online players, big cash game players. You just never know. CW King, Dan's mic really bad today. Is that a lament for Mr. Rankin, or is that a genuine complaint about the sound quality? Let us know if it's the latter. Thanks for joining us. 15 left here. Closing in on the final table. Everybody guaranteed €6,225. Glad to hear it, ECW King. Good. Yeah, if you just joined, you missed a crazy hand where it was set over set, but went runner for a flush on the board for a chop. The Haas, the unfortunate soul, on the wrong end of that one, but has picked up Ace King suited here in the small blind. think it's Pomponio in the big blind. Oh, wow. What a cooler, blind on blind. Ace king against kings. Both 40 bigs odd. Pomponio 37 behind. And he'll pump it up to 2 million. And this is going to be carnage. And the money quickly goes in. Brutal for De Haas. Needs to find an ace. Has tiny amount left behind, but it's crumbs. No help on the 6-high flop backdoor clubs. And he finds the jack of clubs. Grimace from Pomponio. And it is the 7 of clubs. Wow. Pomponio smacks the table. Can't believe it. Wow. Brutal, brutal hand. And that is the end of Pomponio. De Haas has him just covered. They're just checking the figures. Taps the table and probably heading to the bar for a stiff drink. That one has got to hurt. And De Haas was feeling extremely unlucky a few hands ago, set over set, but will feel like things have evened themselves out there. 15.8 million, 80 bigs. And another crazy hand for the highlight reel. De Haas has just over 50k in recorded cashes. Savin opens up the queen jack from the hijack. Mo will defend 9-6 of clubs in the big blind. Only 8 big blinds behind. So if he connects with this, you would imagine it will be going in, but ace, queen, king is all Savin. And difficult to see this hand going beyond the flop. And Mo does quickly fold. Some passionate chat in Italian going on. Unfortunately, my Italian isn't much to speak of. And the Haas with the queens again. Has had queens twice, ace king twice. Has only been sat at the table for, well, since the start of this second session. And Vhoff with the ace-9 in the big blind. So you would think the Haas will have a customer here. And Vhoff has went for the 3-bet. Big blind against cutoff. Perfectly reasonable, but the Haas has the goods. Battle of the Dutchman. Orange on orange. And Vhoff will just have to fold. Can't imagine he'll want to stack off his 25 big blind stack with this hand. The Haas took very little time for thought there before ripping it in. And shows the ace, but does fold. The Haas doesn't give him any free info. Nor should he. And Savin, ace queen of clubs +1. Goes for the min open. Will be folded round to Uyurtani in the big blind. And seam hand, 15 bigs. You would imagine this goes in. And Savin potentially free rolling the clubs. Uyurtani with two potential one card flushes to hit, but you'd rather have ace queen of clubs. And he does move all in. Leaves 25k behind, sorry. Savin is going to ask for the count, but struggle to see a world in which he folds. Given it plenty of thought. I'm sure he knows Uyurtani is a good player. Wow, and does get out of the way. Wow. Well, shows you what I know. I would have been fist pump getting it in with ace queen suited there for 15 bigs. Maybe that is the seats coming into play for the top 10. Two very similar stacks towards the bottom of the rankings. Chile with a snap called, yeah. I think we're probably in the same boat. But from Savin's perspective, lives to fight another day. And De Haas now with a huge stack of 88 big blinds opens up ace 10 from the hijack. Pierre in the YouTube chat saying that's maybe a bit nitty. Yeah, possibly. I mean, I think that must be the seats coming into play. Boston now, you know, probably like finishing 4th or 5th at the Olympics. You'd probably rather finish 20th than 14th, 13th, 12th. I would guess he knows Uyurtani is aware of his record. Good player. Knows he's not going to be shipping it extremely light. And yeah, maybe just had a bad feeling. So top pair for De Haas here, third pair for Yedno. Bucci agrees. Seed ICM. Yeah, no, I think that has to be the thought process. I mean, you're talking about the chance to play in a 10,000 buy-in, €6 million guaranteed World Series main event. Chance to play against best players in the world. And you know you're getting there from a €500 tournament. And De Haas coming out with the bet of 875,000. And yeah, no. Besides, that's too rich for him. Good fold from him. And De Haas almost at the 100 big blind mark now. And yeah, big gap between De Haas and Yedno now in terms of chip leaders at the table. Moji Gang is going to have to get moving soon. 6 big blinds. And De Haas can really start putting a lot of pressure on these medium stacks now. Can really open up his opening ranges, not quite to the extent of 7-2 under the gun +1, but if he really puts the foot on the gas now, it's going to be difficult, very difficult for players to fight back against him without genuine hands. And you know, someone like Vhoff is in a very awkward spot here. He's on 20 bigs, but Uyurtani and Savin have less. So if those two get knocked out, you're down to 12. Then all of a sudden, you're only 2 players away from the seat. And Savin will defend the King 8 in the big blind. Vhoff hasn't dominated at the moment with King Jack. Ace 7-6. Vhoff with the range advantage in position, and small c-bet should do the job here. And Savin has to let it go. Oh, and Gang's also short stacked as well. So, yeah, Vhoff has 3 short stack players at the table, sitting on a 22, 23 big blind stack. So he'll want to avoid hands against De Haas, Corleone as much as he possibly can until he's got a seat locked up, and will be doing his utmost to not bust before any of those 3 short stacks. So puts him in quite an awkward position in terms of hands he can open in middle position, early position. Any spots where those big stacks are behind him, they can put him in very awkward positions. And Mo, with the ace-10, moves everything but a 25k chip into the middle. $5.5 bigs. And Vhoff has a hand behind him. Ace-Jack. But this is exactly the kind of spot where it's awkward. Does he want to double Mo up? If he jams and one of the big stacks, Yedno, for example, behind him, covers him, wakes up with a hand, it's a disaster. It's a strong hand, but it's not super premium. Does go for the 3-bet, and here we go. That's exactly what's happened. Yedno's woken up with queens. And this is another brutal spot. Vhoff has put half his stack in there already. Gang knows he's in trouble now. And yeah, just horrible for Vhoff. You've put half your stack in. I mean, I think you have to call it off and just hope for the best. It's horrible spot. Horrible spot. Half your stack already in there. I mean, presumably he didn't 3-bet jam because he wanted to leave room for himself to fold. About 50% of your chips already in there. Almost an 11 million pot. And Vhoff, he has to fold, and that's just gross. I think Mo probably knows that Vhoff has folded one of his outs. No help on 7-5-4. Needs an ace. Otherwise we're down to 13. And it's the 10. And what a lovely spot for Yedno. Picking up all that dead money from Vhoff. And Gang's short stack. And yeah, been some real coolers, brutal hands in this session. And round Corleone in the small blind with the ace-9 of clubs. Makes it 750k. De Haas having a good think with 7-8 in the big blind. Seems fine to defend, but 3x. Fold is reasonable, but Corleone shows the ace. So one of the short stacks gone from Savin's perspective. Not sure what the position is on the other table, but he's probably close to the bottom of the pile. De Haas gives Vhoff a walk, who will be very pleased with that, with 7-3 and 12 bigs. Oh, fold out a turn there, but didn't matter. And De Haas 10-4 of diamonds on the button. This is exactly the kind of hand that he can be opening, putting pressure on the shorter stacks. Resto, the table's too quiet. Someone call Cabral. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think probably these guys are a bit tired, trying to concentrate as best they can. Yeah, Cabral's put on quite a show at the World Series this last couple of weeks, hasn't he? I enjoy his banter. You know, it's never It's never mean, it's never personal. It can be a bit repetitive, but you know, he's a character, and the game needs characters. And nice looking hand for Uratani in the big blind with 9-7 of spades. He would certainly like to be a lot deeper, but will defend. And both players brick. Prefers to has his button opening range, and these are exactly the kind of spots where he can just c-bet small. Uratani has to fold, and he can just rack up chips this way, just playing in position. When you have the range advantage, put the pressure on, and it's going to be very difficult for these stacks to fight back unless they have a hand. Yeah, what did we all think about the whole chip dumping scenario at the World Series? Interesting scenario. I don't think they've confirmed World Series what they're doing in terms of the payouts. WPT have confirmed the winner will get the bonus. I mean, you would think the sort of most sensible solution from WSOP's perspective is to now allow deals for the rest of the series, but keep a certain percentage of the prize pool aside and the bracelet to play on for. And Corleone gone very big here with kings from the hijack. And that is not going to get any action. Not sure what the thought process was there, but when you pick up hands like that, 13 people left in the tournament, you want to try to get some action. Oh, Chili Dog thinks he's picked up a tail on Luca. When he has a decent hand, he throws the chips in. Hadn't noticed myself, but I'll keep an eye out for that. Oh, people getting a bit, maybe thinking Corleone's taking a wee bit too much time pre-flop. Yes, to it when he has a decent hand, he 5x opens. Yeah, well, yeah, we were discussing this a wee bit yesterday. You know, you don't want to give away sizing tails with your opens. Ideally, you want to keep them consistent. So you're opening your entire range from each position at the table, the same size. Can maybe go a wee bit bigger on the button and bigger in the small blind versus big blind scenario. And Yedno here just putting max pressure on short stack Savin from the small blind. Jack high is ahead. Just looks pretty ugly, but probably not the one just yet. And Savin does let it go, but it's going to come to a point soon where he's going to have to take a stand and hope for the best. And rockets for De Haas. Picked up so many big hands. Deck just hitting him right in the face. And Savin looks down at some more trash. Can be so frustrating. You know you need a hand. You want something to take a stand with, but everything you look down at is miserable. And no action for De Haas there, unfortunately. What? Kings again? It's crazy. Kings, aces, kings. 3 hands in a row. First two hands didn't get any action. Let's see if Urtani has any better luck. Padme loving the Cowboys. Yeah, there's been some big hands going around, hasn't there? Having a good think about what to do off this 12 big blind stack. Probably a bit too much to just ship it in. More garbage for Savin. Kiwi, how's my coffee going? Long gone, unfortunately. I'll get a couple at the next break, I'm sure. treated myself to a Starbucks today, which I wouldn't normally do. And I think Corleone's trying to sort of stall for bust outs on the other table. Urtani was getting a wee bit annoyed with him earlier. And the Haas with Queen 7. Very average hand, but potentially worth a flop. But decides against short stack open. Looks strong. Just give it up. Bucci by the 7 count to 20 every trash hand before folding. Yeah, I mean, especially in live poker, you don't want to give away timing tells. Maybe potentially some people maybe take that a wee bit too far. I haven't thought he's taken crazy amounts of time. And he does finally have a hand here, pocket 7s. And surely this is going into the middle now. And, there might also be a bit of sort of stalling, hoping somebody else busts on the other table. These WSOP Europe main event seats are up for grabs for the top 10. And he goes for the non-all-in size, leaves himself 1.5 bigs behind. Don't think he ever intends on folding if he is shipped on, but and don't think Vhoff will be giving him any action, so 7 gets that one through. Not a terrible outcome with a medium pocket pair. Hi Stratos, hi Iron Kings. Thanks for joining us. Starting to get towards the nitty-gritty. Final table coming up soon. Top 10 get seats worth 10k to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. 125,000 euro for first, 70k for second, just over 9k for making the final table, 500 euro buy-in tournament. So yeah, some big money starting to come into play now. Savin's cards haven't quite registered, but does fold. And De Haas going to leverage this chip stack advantage and this seat ticket bubble to open up 3-2 on the button. And as we can see, the short stacks just can't fight back. And he's just going to be able to take so many small pots down, almost on 20 million now, 79 big blinds, almost half the chips in play at the table. Yet no, close enough, can still do him plenty of damage on 55 big blinds. So I would imagine De Haas will be looking to avoid confrontations with him where possible. But anybody else, he can just put max pressure on them. Oh, it's a scorcher in Holland at the moment, is it, Bird? 36 degrees. Wow, yeah, too hot for me. I was in Malaga last week and it was approaching that, and yeah, not good for the Irish skin. Going to Cyprus in August, and that'll be factor 50 sunscreen all the way. Yeah, it's nice enough in Ireland, but it's not roasting. I think it's very hot over in the UK, Glastonbury and like London, etc. But in classic Irish fashion, always a wee bit colder here. And Uyertani 7-2 of hearts in the small blind, just going to give Yedno a walk. Resto goes for the opposite approach, go to the sauna, and then the heat doesn't seem too bad. You're a brave man. Swedish, I assume, or where are you from, Resto? Yeah, Burchik just commenting on the YouTube in terms of why is Savin taking so long. Yeah, no, definitely there'll be some stalling going on here, hoping people bust at the other table. I'm not sure whether they will do a hand for hand right on the bubble at 11. They probably will, I would guess. Two pretty looking hands here. De Haas in the hijack with Queen Jack of clubs. Vhoff with King Jack of hearts. Resto Czechia, good stuff. You play at Kings a fair bit then, or? And Vhoff does decide that is the hand to take a stand with. He knows De Haas will be opening wide. And he's getting it in a very good position. 7 bigs. I think this probably is a relatively simple call for De Haas. Can be against 9s, 10s. Lower pocket pairs. Maybe even Queen 10 suited, maybe. But, you know, he's got enough chips. And does make the call. And all clear for Vhoff. Looking good for the double up at the moment. 6 of hearts turn is a great card for him. Gives him the flush draw. So De Haas down to 2 outs. And Vhoff does make the flush on the river. So that's a very important double up for him. 20 bigs. Resto mainly plays in Prague. Yeah, I've played it. Had the pleasure of playing at the Showdown quite a few times. Nice wee club. Good fun in there. So, still 3 players to bust out before these seats are locked up. Vhoff will be feeling very good about that double up. Absolutely crucial time for him. And Savin, Queen 5. I think it's Corleone in the big blind, who I think has dwindled to around 19-20 bigs, so 5.5 shove. You would think he can only call off with a genuine hand, so might be a good steal spot for Savin. You'd maybe be less inclined to do it against De Haas, against Yedno, with their bigger stacks. But Corleone has those middling stacks where, you know, you can put the reverse sort of pressure on him. And he's got plenty of moves, Savin. He does find these non-all-in sizes off these short stacks, which I quite like, quite creative. But Corleone does have a hand, and he does just call, despite Savin having almost nothing behind. And just a trashy looking flop. Does have some backdoor potential for Savin, but can't see Corleone folding the ace high to the 1.5 bigs. He's left himself behind. Is strange of Corleone to just flat pre and not just put them all in, but he has asked for the rest of it now. And he does decide there's too much of his stack in there. So going to need to find a queen, a 5. Some backdoor on the turn. 7, 3. And he does find the 5 on the turn. And the 4 completes the board, and Savin stays in it. He'll be absolutely delighted with that. Corleone up out of his chair in disgust. And big double up for Savin. So he's pretty much level with Uertani now. And it looks like we've lost one on the other table. So down to 12. Everybody locked up €6,975. And Corleone min raised from the small blind. 8-7 has De Haas dominated with 8-4. Second orbit in a row that Corleone has raised the small blind, so De Haas isn't going to let him get away with it a second time. And Corleone will continue on Ace King 9 by the looks of things, and should be a quick fold from De Haas. Looks at Corleone suspiciously. And does fold. So hand number 50 of the day. Already lost half the field. Started off the day with 24, down to 12. And De Haas with Queen Jack in the small blind. And raises it up to 800k, but Vhoff woken up with a monster in the big blind. Pocket queens. Deciding whether he wants to get trappy or just get it in, and does decide to ship it. And I think probably 19 bigs, a bit too much for De Haas with Queen Jack, but blind on blind can maybe talk yourself into thinking you're not going to be in bad shape against a lot of hands. You've got to think, with it being on the seat bubble, soft bubble, close to the final table, it's very unlikely that Vhoff is doing this with 19 big blinds light. Oh, looks like he is going to count out chips. Chili dog, the Dutchies keep clashing. Yep, no mercy. Stratos lamenting a bad week at the tables. Don't worry, I'm sure you'll get them next time. And De Haas does eventually let it go. And that sounded like a bit of a shout from the outer table there. Perhaps a big clash. Maddox, is there a stream for the other tables? No, unfortunately not. Just a feature table. But won't be long before we're at the final table. And Yedno opens up King 10 under the gun. And Urtani, pocket 10s in the big blind. Won't like it being against under the gun, but feels like too much of a hand. And he does move all in. And too much for King 10. And Uratani will be happy enough to take that down pre-flop. And pocket nines for Savin under the gun. Goes for 8 bigs, leaving 4 bigs behind. So basically saying I want to play for all of it. And wow, Vhoff has woken up with Cowboys. And Savin's going to get his wish. And he's not going to like what he sees. I think with the 23 bigs, you do just get it in against the 8 big blind open. Oh my goodness, Uratani with aces. Oh my goodness. Wow. Seen some crazy hands today. Just some crazy coolers. Dreamland for Uratani. And Savin snap folds the nines, good fold. And Vhoff just can't believe it. Oh, look at him, he's heartbroken. Absolutely heartbroken. Oh dear, it's such a cruel game. Potential hearts. And that's a bad card, and it's down to 2 outs. Oh my goodness! Oh wow! What? Oh my goodness. King on the river. Unbelievable. Unbelievable hand. Uratani can't believe it. Straight off the stage. That's another absolutely crazy hand. Chat going mad for that one. This is why we love this game. Yes, just such drama. And that's us down to 11. One more bust out before everybody has these seats locked up. Everybody locked up 7,840 at the moment. But wow, what a crazy hand. Vhoff absolutely heartbroken whenever he saw the cards. Couldn't believe it. and he just drills the king on the river for the 2-outer. Bucci, just brutal. Kudos to Savin. Yep, no, he did well getting away from that, even though he had most of his stack in there. Nine's never going to be in good shape once that kind of action has happened behind you, especially against that open size. But yeah, what a brutal game. Thanks, Chili Dog, for all your help modding today. Much appreciated. Enjoy your dinner. And Wesselo, Johan as well. Cheers. And cheers for staying on, Bird. Much appreciated. So Vhoff now up to 47 bigs. It was only about 20 minutes ago he was on 8 and under pressure, but now complete role reversal on a roll. And looks like there will be a 15-minute break. There is the state of play. Taha 16 million. Yedno and Vhoff not too far behind. Savin hanging on in there. Looks certainly the most likely to bubble this World Series of Poker main event ticket. But we'll be back in 15 minutes to see you on the other side.
but that means you are dangerous. Yeah, but you are doing very well in tournament yellow. Yeah? Could be better, right? Could be better.
Might have a problem tomorrow.
Yeah.
Day 2 or
Yeah. Oh,
I might have to
you
move
are,
the
you are
table.
too good. You're too good. You have,
So I don't know. If I'm here, it's fast. I have to run all the way down there. Pop, pop, pop. Back here.
Good luck. Straight flush?
straight first draw.
It's crazy.
Straight first draw.
Full house.
Ah, 8 of spades. What's
Seven or queen.
straight flush? Huh?
Seven of spades.
Spades, straight
Seven of spades, I see seven. I stay calm, baby.
You get champagne from the casino.
Yeah.
You have a spade?
Yeah, but he has straight flush.
Oh oui, oh. Ouais, j'ai pas vu.
T'as pas vu la 4 flush?
Non.
Fait mal la 4 flush.
Never easy.
Et je te
Never
jure, je me
easy.
dis, ouais, il joue pas le set de pique.
Il joue tout lui. Il joue des foules, il joue des couleurs. Il... Attendez. Waouh.
See, I don't want to fly. I stay to see that it's coming straight, I hope.
Okay.
To be honest.
Ace 10-4 is the flop. Pasma top pair. Vega with a good shot, but with two clubs on board, don't see him continuing. Although It wouldn't surprise me after seeing that 6-7 of spades hand. Turn is the 6 of diamonds, and now Vega with his gut shot might decide to try get some picture cards to fold here, something along those lines. Although a lot of picture cards would just bet this flop. Yeah, I think it's best to just check. Pasme is going to bet 450k here. I think once Vega has checked flop and turn, 2 flush draws on board, just needs to be folding.
Yeah, strongly agree, bro. Strongly agree.
It wouldn't have surprised me to see him lead there, Alan, considering what he done there on the King 8-8 earlier. Just a few hands ago, really.
Exactly, yeah. That is true.
And they were talking to each other pre-flop.
Oh,
I told you I wouldn't. Okay, I didn't say raise, but I thought I said it wouldn't surprise me if he does some form of a continue. I wasn't expecting to see a raise to 1.7 million. Talk about putting the pressure on Pasma here. This is a horrible spot to be in for Pasma. You can see it on his face.
The only thing I'd say about this, mate, is because there's a lot of draws out there, which you obviously unblock every single one of them, clubs and diamonds. You know, there's a lot of 4 or 5 of clubs, 4 or 5 of diamonds, 7, 8 of diamonds, 8, 9 of diamonds, clubs, etc. There's a lot going on here. King, queen of diamonds, etc., etc. So, you know, having position here. The thing is with this 4 or 5 of spades, man, on a non-flush completing river, this is one of the best combos to always bluff unblocking the folds. It's very, very important. Now, the thing is, you can improve here, but I don't think 5x has that much showdown value here unless you decide to check call here against missed draws, which is also a thing as well, which would be unbelievably sick if he finds it.
It's important to note that the flop went check.
Yeah, I'm aware. There's no worries. So either way, it's still a really nice spot to
shove in Vegameister's shoes.
Well, the thing is, as I said, man, you know, you improved on the river technically, but 4-3 got there as well if you have that from the big blind, and he does check. This is okay, just checks back. I mean, I don't mind that. The thing is, it's one of those things where if you do face a bet in the river here, it's going to be quite a polarizing spot in terms of what Pasmat is going to be value betting in the river, because if he's checking back all these ace-x, especially the weaker kickers, then what he's going to be betting on the river there is going to be, you know, strong ace-x, 2 pairs, and just some missed draws, man.
Going about it very subtly as well, isn't he? There's no, like, I don't know, forced aggression or anything like that. It's very, you know, incognito sort of situation, no?
Yeah.
That's it.
It's a skill in itself to use this psychology to your advantage.
Relax. I'm all in.
Wow.
All in.
Wow.
Everything. I'm relaxed. Now I'm relaxed. All in. Everything. All in. He said
Can't fold
relax,
this, bro.
I say all in.
This is crazy. If you can see, if
It's
we
not
saw
that
Ace
bad.
Queen folded previously, I severely doubt it's going to be folded in this exact situation again.
Well, they're in the money now, and we're 5-handed, and there's been several more whiskies dropped over to the table since. Lots of apple juice.
You have another one time left.
So,
Nothing left.
what did they say about ICM and it being a load of BS for the rich? ICM for the poor only?
Yeah.
How bad do you want it? This, for my money, is just going to be too good of a hand against Leon in this exact scenario to fold. Put it into a calculator all you want.
La differenza, guarda. E vai allora.
Does call.
Apre la porta. Bravo, sei bravo. Perché non potevi dare? Io c'ho poco. bello, sono contento per te.
There was
Doppia,
two shorter
doppia.
stacks.
Doppia,
I wouldn't be
doppia.
surprised if you put that into
Però
a
dopo
calculator and
sarò
it said the
attento.
ace queen suited was a fold.
Dopo sarò attento, perché questo qua non
But that's
potrà
against
fare il quarto posto.
a certain range. You don't know what Leon is capable of.
Ma cosa hai pensato?
On this occasion, Piccielli is dominating.
Nothing or
Queen has good sometimes.
5, 6,
8, 7,
e
4.
5. 6, 5. 6 and 5. 6 and 5.
I wouldn't be feeling too confident here against Leon.
Yeah.
Gotta be now. Just has to avoid a king of kings.
Ha vinto veramente.
The king's a
sei un
Leon.
grande,
It
sei
is
un
the tree of
grande,
hearts.
Bravo, bravo, sei un grande. Doppia, doppia si chiama questo. Doppia, doppia.
Volte di fila, certo.
So welcome back to the final day of the People's Poker Tour main event. Absolutely crazy end to the session there. Massive cooler. Kings against aces. And Vihov drilled the king on the river to bust Urtani. Savin had stuck in almost all of his stack with pocket nines, got out of the way. Brutal hand. And the Haas sitting pretty at the top of the standings at this table, 16 bigs. Sorry, 16 million, 53 bigs. Thanks for joining us on Twitch and YouTube. Get involved in the chat. Hopefully we'll see a few more hands like we saw in that last hour on the bubble for this €10,000 ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Savin, 1.4 bigs. If he folds here, he will be able to get through an orbit before he has to put any more money in. We'll pray somebody busts in the meantime. Corleone completes in the small blind with Queen 9. The Haas with Jack 8 in the big. And he just checks it back. $6-5-5 flop. The Haas will have a stab at it, and Corleone quickly gets out of the way. And certainly nobody is going to want to bust before Savin. Probably lead to some very cautious play until he commits his stack. De Haas gives up Queen 8 in the small blind, gives Viehoff a walk. Space Pirate saying the Dutchies are soft playing. No, I don't think so. There's been plenty of orange on orange clashes. But yeah, with Savin on this 1.4 big blind stack, nobody is going to want to bust before him. With these World Series main event seats going to the top 10, 11 left. And De Haas rockets again. Has picked up so many big hands. What, Savin's limped here under the gun with 9-6, leaving himself almost nothing behind. Knows he'll be in the big blind next hand, so would have been forced all in the next hand anyway. And the rest of it goes in. Going to need a lot of help, Savin. And King 8-2 does nothing for him. 7 or a 10 gives him some outs. Slight smile, but it's the 5 of spades. And Savin exit in 11th. So everybody's locked up those seats. Everybody will be delighted with that. They're going to be playing a 6 million guaranteed 10k buy-in in October. So final table bubble now. Nobody at this table in the immediate danger zone yet. And might that be the final table redraw possibly? We lost somebody on the other table. Yes, looks like that is the final table. So we will take another 20-minute break or so while we get ready for that. Be sure to join us, see who can take down 125,000 first place prize, 70k for second. Everybody at the final table will have locked up 9,350 euros. And oh, maybe not. We're coming back for one more. Oh, I'm not sure what that slight break was about. Looks like we are still at 10. Oh, just rebalancing the tables, bringing in a fifth player. So yep, still at 10. And Vhoff opens 6-5 clubs on the button. Yedno with King 9 suited in the small blind. The big blind is a new player, Rip Wheeler. We saw him yesterday, came in towards the very end of the day. And Yedno goes for the 3-bet to 2.1 million. Wheeler gets out of the way. Oh, and I think Vhoff has just heard the tournament director to say, next hand, stop dealing. So looks like there has been a bust out on the other table. And That's us now at the final table. So it'll be a quick 20-minute break while the final table is prepared. Stick with us for that. Sure to be some exciting hands, big money at stake, plenty of action, and we'll see you in round about 17 minutes.
If you have aces, call me.
If you have aces, call me.
You have aces, call me.
Then we split.
Ollie, how much is it?
A lot.
I know.
Like 2-3 million.
Can you count it for me?
Yeah, count it for him.
Can you count it?
Maybe I'm not the bubble boy.
What the hell?
Of course not. Of course not.
Leon just going to straight up slam a jam.
Of course not. You have to
Nearly
sit on
50
your
big
stack
blinds.
until the third
Over
or second or
45
fourth
bigs
place.
here with Queen
You
10
cannot win
suited
this tournament, but you can.
into Foxen.
This guy, the
And
only
Foxen
one
has an
who will
absolute
double me. It doesn't
powerhouse
matter
of
how.
a hand here
Interesting.
with Ace Queen of Diamonds.
I
But
told him
I
at
don't
the
know if he
beginning,
wants to
double
call
me
this
up.
amount of chips.
It's now or never.
It's no one ever. Da, 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 da.
No, come hold me tight. Kiss me, my darling. Be my tonight. That's the song, yeah?
2,200,000.
2-2.
2,700,000.
Alan, what do you make of this?
Something like that.
Surely
It's a little bit more.
you got a call here against
Okay.
Leon the majority of the time, but when you've got a stranglehold
Aye.
on your
We need a
opposition like this
waiter.
as such a
Whiskey.
tough FT,
Time.
Not living this day.
do you want to
Double or
run the
nothing.
risk of calling
It's
here
double
and be
or
up
pass.
against
That's it.
two
It's
live
double or
cards?
pass. It's
Crazy.
crazy
That
fold.
is a crazy fold, but
Anyway,
mathematically
very big four.
it's going to be correct.
Okay, or you
Yeah.
want it?
Sure.
Yeah. All right.
You were in bad shape.
Well, it doesn't
You just
really matter.
showed us.
It
No, it
was a
doesn't.
move. Did I make the move?
Close.
Alex, I ordered the whiskey. I didn't order it at the bar. I ordered at this table. I said, it's double or I'm living.
Yeah.
Or nothing, right?
I wish I had known.
Does seem like
No, okay.
Now we all want to know.
You won't even. I think it's a Czech. What he means is
Okay.
an old Czech nickname.
I won't even understand.
It was German.
I won't understand.
It was German.
Something about proud, yeah.
Yeah, proud Jana. You started it. Jana means
My
lady.
name is Jan, and you said Jana.
Jan and Jana. It's a woman's name. You know, his name is Jana. And they say Stolze
getting a
Jana.
history lesson today, lads.
Proud Jana.
Leon with the aces in the hijack going for a
Okay,
full
you're right, I'm
3x
still proud.
raise with a little bit of cheese on top.
Let's go and
95k to go.
You're welcome. You're
I'm
welcome.
still
You're
proud.
welcome. You're always welcome. You always.
Now I call you.
Be careful.
Son of a.
Son of
Son of a
whatever
gun.
you can call me.
Tell you shouldn't have said it. Now you.
Son of Ina and Victor. My father was Victor and mother Ina. So
Son of a gun.
of two of them.
Two guns.
Son of two guns.
How much is that? 95, right?
Son of two guns. He does have two pocket rockets here. It's going to be three-way action to the flop. Pricey and spicy pot here, three ways. 330k already in the middle.
Massive cooler. What happened?
Jack 10-7 is the flop. Leon with the overpair. Yaxman with top pair. Decent kicker. Let's see what happens here. To draw heavy board. Yachtman will call 175. Some equity here for Orpin, but he's got no hearts in his hand. Yeah, does make
Oh my God.
disciplined
What do
laydown.
you have behind it? Not much, huh?
Standard enough, I suppose, against two
253
players.
doesn't make any change to you, right?
Three of diamonds on the turn.
You call it, you got it.
Leon with a bit of speech play with his aces before moving all in.
And remember, this is not Omaha, this is Hold'em.
Really?
We do see the queen, jack
How
of spades
boring.
stacking off.
Why not? Just aces. Why not? Can't fold
This is a
jack,
huge
you
pot
can't
for
fold
Leon
jack.
if he can
Jack-
hold.
Jack king, jack ace.
And he's got 89%
best hand, by the way,
equity to
for
do so.
You have the best hand.
Your game.
Huge
Sorry,
pot
Leon.
for Leon. We lose a superstar. Leon going to have about 50 big blinds now.
To be the first, it's not money, you know. Money doesn't make me happy at all. It's just like you get so close, you get heads up, and then, and not like with you, like you're a huge chip leader. Okay, I understand, I accept it. But we were kind of even, and then I lost. You know, it was incredible. I took a little bit of money for second place, but it doesn't replace even a jet. 14 and a half hours of jet, you know, is
Uh-oh. Attack on the button here. With the aces. Zhu with the ace-king. Foxton, the original opener with pocket fives in the hijack. We've got action. This is
I'm
a
so
very
happy not to be
big,
in this
cooler
hand.
situation here for Zhu.
Ui. Cazzo, questo è bruttissimo, mano. Tutti dentro, sai? Vedi quello lì, quello là, incredibile. Pass.
So Zhu all in, Foxton out of the way. The trap was set to precision. Although nothing Zhu can do, of course. All attack has to do is click call. And we might have this bubble be burst unless Zhu gets lucky with his ace-king offsuit against the aces.
Se ce l'hai qualche cosa, con paura lo metti due jack. Con cosa lo metti?
Con Jack Jack pure non è Jack Jack
E che fai?
insomma,
Che fai?
fold. In qua quasi. Ora no.
Jack 3 deuce is the flop. It's not looking good. Turn is a deuce. And that is all she wrote. Zhu has been eliminated in 7th place.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
That means all 6 remaining
Thank you
players
for the money.
guaranteed at least
You in the money.
€65,000.
You in the money?
Yeah.
Tom is going to shove. Oh no, look at this.
Oh, wow.
I was going to say, I don't overly love Tom's rejam here because he's basically going to have no fold equity, but at the same time, he is the shortest stack, so it doesn't really apply to him as much.
Yep.
Leon, with the monstrous aces at the big blind, almost doesn't seem fair.
850. 815.
Though he's going to Hollywood a little bit, although he'll have over his half a stack in the middle if he just calls.
815. I call.
I actually would have hated Tom to fold because Bedell only has 5 big blinds extra because attack has made it 3x on the button.
I'm glad you. What happened to you? What happened to the big man? What happened to the fish? What happened to the fish? The big fish.
Nice.
The big fish. He made the fall. Unbelievable. How can you make this fall?
Yeah.
What happened to the big man? I looked at my eyes. He goes all in. He's 300. I say, hey, come on, just re-raise me all in. You know, I call. I didn't even go all in. I just go out. I said 4th place is also, or 5th place is also a good place.
I can give you.
All right, listen, give him
3 6s, please.
6, 6, 6. 6.
So his ace is against ace 6.
No, 6.
9 5 5 is the flop.
Pick.
Mamma.
Okay, pick.
Chicas, vamos.
Pick. Turn is
Nine.
6 for
One
everything.
will be nice.
Okay.
Turn is a spade.
Respeto.
Oh, Lord.
Okay, respeto.
One more
Okay, you
spade
have
would
like,
do it.
18%
Leon
or
seems to be
something.
wanting to double up, Tom.
18%.
Perhaps he's being a little bit sarcastic. It is the 3 of hearts.
Signore, thank you so much. Thank you. You're wonderful. Thank you.
Nice
4th place is a
answer.
good place. 4th place is also 5th place. Fifth place. It's fair game for poker, you know, 3 options. Sometimes just 3 options. Some games you can do like more option, raise, re-raise, something.
Blom
4th option.
with 2 black ladies under the gun here, min raising.
Like a Sweden here, called country. Victor, don't look at me. Come on. Too strong.
Oh dear, we've got action.
Oh dear.
Piccieri. 2 black bad boys in the cutoff. The pocket rockets. Small 3-bet incoming. 265.
Bleib sitzen. Warum spielst du so viel Hände? Warum spielst du so viel Hände?
So viele.
So viele Hände. Mit deiner Stake so viele Hände, bleib sitzen.
Solo juego con
Hört
ases.
mich, wenn gerecht du eine
Does go all in. Does get called. Blom gets the bad news. Piccieri up out of his seat. When it should be Isildur, the one standing up. There's 21% equity to remain in this tournament with 8 remaining at the moment. 2 away from the money. Piccieri, a 4-1 favorite to eliminate the beast that is Isildur.
Sei nervoso di questo?
Un po', sì.
No, ma
Voglio vincere.
hai vinto.
Vediamo.
Hai vinto e basta. Non c'è da
10,
parlare.
5 is
hai
the
vinto
flop.
e basta. Dico, non c'è da parlare, hai vinto e basta. Ma che sei nervoso? Con 2 assi. Quello nervoso con 2 assi. Niente da essere
Turn is
nervoso.
a 6.
Non c'è.
Red lady of the night needed on this river,
Relax.
or we will have another elimination.
Jetzt ist Bubble Boy. Was machst du Aktion?
River is a king. Close but no cigar in between the queen and the ace.
Ho detto niente da essere nervoso.
Can't be giving away his game, but yeah,
I
some of this
remember
table
when I
talk
used to
reminds me of some
straddle
Irish
on
players
those
for
tournaments.
sure.
Yeah,
And of course, Tony G, Cabral.
I just called this time. Dangerous. Dangerous. Pericoloso.
Pericolo, pericolo. In Harry Potter, periculum is incantesimo, un incantesimo. Periculum.
Io sono pericoloso. Serve la carta, però.
No pair, no draw, says long office day. Looks like I've missed a fun day. You're just in time, really. Bubble has just been burst. A lot of fun table talk. Come on in, the water's lovely. There's a few shacks in the water, mate, but a lot of splashy pots taking place nonetheless. Mainly because of one man and one man only. Leon.
You look like you can double me up because you have this stake, I have this stake.
If you do it opposite way, it will be better.
Yes, this way.
Opposite.
I'm just asking. I don't know opposite, positive, opposite. I'm just asking. Can you double me up? Yes or no? I go 650, 650, 650. You know, 650, 50 and 6 behind. You see, 3 and 3 makes it 60. 650.
This is brilliant.
This is a huge bet. And
650.
Isu wants to stack off with just a flush draw.
Everything. Alice. Everything. What do you have?
6, 7.
Sirzat just wants to stack off here.
I have nothing. He has everything. Okay, give me a 5 of hearts.
60-40 for
5 of
Leon.
hearts. I need a 5 of hearts.
Pretty big stack off here, Al.
5 of hearts, please. 5 of hearts.
1.9 million in this pot.
5 di cuore mi serve. 5 di cuore per farlo male, sai? Perché questo va al colore. Con niente se n'è andato dentro. Io ho 2 coppie. Che devo fare io? Una. No, 5 of hearts.
Turn is an 8. An amazing card for Hisu.
9 of hearts.
No, 5 di cuore. No.
Hisu with 14 outs as we hit the river.
5.
Oh wow, it is the 5 of hearts. Gives Leon the full house.
Mamma mia, 5 di cuore. Mamma mia, hai visto? L'ho chiamato io.
Wow.
Bravo, man.
I called it. I
Absolute
said 5
scenes.
of hearts, 5 di cuore. I said 5 of hearts, please, for me. And it came. You see that?
Leon has eliminated a very tough opponent in Sirzat Hisu. We are now playing 5-handed.
Mamma mia. E mi è arrivato, scusa, oh, straniero.
Yeah, you can definitely pick his spots. Definitely pick his spots. That's called.
Speranzoni rejamming. Trunk calling. Can't blame Trunk for calling here. Speranzoni going to be getting a bit impatient.
Why do I feel
He's
like
not
a
loving
5's
life
coming?
calling. Yeah, it's sub 10 bigs. He's already invested over $1 million. Just priced in. Golden opportunity here, Al, for Speranzoni. 8-4 deuce. It's never easy.
No, sir.
5 outs now for the Trunk.
Good diamond.
Turn
Oh my
is a
god, what a
diamond.
turn card.
Whoa.
The worst.
Look at the amount of outs. I can barely count
Yeah.
that many outs on the screen. 15. Oh, wow. Oh, it's another diamond. It's the jack of diamonds. 4 deuce 8 6 8. Runner diamond will eliminate Speranzoni.
Hello and welcome back to the final table of the People's Poker Tour main event.
People's Poker Tour.
Just 9 players left standing, all locked up a €10,300 ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event.
Amici del People's Poker Tour.
Let's have a look at our final table. Estonian Milis Usun still leading the way. 35 big blind chip lead between him and De Haas in second. A couple of players playing under nicknames, Tarlos and Trigger bringing up the rear. Petri Tarlev just ahead of Trigger. Some support for him in the chat, so best of luck to him. There are the payouts. Everybody locked up 9,350. First place, huge sum, 125,000 from a €500 buy-in. Second, 70k. Third, 48. Fourth, 35. Fifth, 28. Sixth, 22,500. Seventh, 17,200. And eighth, 12,300. So, Usun in a great position. Certainly the biggest spot of his tournament career. Tournament recorded cashes of under 10k. Has been very solid so far. Has made the correct decision anytime he was in a bit of a tough spot. And if he can continue that, you would think he'll be a tough man to stop with that kind of chip lead. Players just getting settled in. We're on 60-minute levels. Resto in the chat, 125k for a 500 buy-in's crazy. Yep, no massive prize pool. Just what you've come to expect from Kings. Very reasonable buy-ins, big guarantees, and also really good structures as well. So if anybody fancies a slice of the action, have a look at the schedule. Loads of stuff coming up in the summer. And here we go, ready for the first hand.
Amici del People's Poker Tour, siamo partiti in inglese. Adesso verifichiamo, l'audio dovrebbe essere... Non ero io che parlavo in inglese, anche se ho un ottimo English. Ma adesso siamo ok, grazie alla regia che ha risolto questo piccolo problema di switch del linguaggio. Siamo quindi dal King's Resort di Roswell.
King Queen of Diamonds for Wheeler in the hijack.
Non nulla a livello di immagini. Avete sentito solo i nostri colleghi dell'altra cabina di regia qui al King's Resort Roswell.
Let's see if there's some fireworks to kick off this final table.
Tornei della storia del poker
Seen
live
some crazy hands already today.
Perché ricordiamo che il brand Peoples ha 36
What does this final table have in store for us?
È partito dall'Italia, è partito dai principali casino italiani per arrivare poi
blinds 150, 300, the 300,000 big blind ante.
a Las Vegas in qualche
Leader makes it 625.
Con
and De Haas, Ace Jack in the small blind.
Mitiche. Io sono sempre stato
second in chips at the moment.
Vicino a questo brand, negli ultimi anni sono tornato in sella e
chip leader in the big blind.
Tutti da Maurizio Guerra prima, a Francesco Cuzzupoli adesso, a Cristian Denisco che è il poker manager, a tutto lo staff. Davvero un grande lavoro. Se non ci eremitate, intanto andiamo subito in cronaca perché vediamo Lambertus De Haas con 57x. Race con K domati quadri di Rip Wheeler. Infatti è arrivato qui con noi il Burbero che dopo faremo intervenire anche un attimo in diretta. Iniziamo subito con un'azione.
And De Haas just calls. That should be fixed now. The issue with the dual commentary, apologies about that. And Usain comes along in the big blind with King 4 and big flop for De Haas, top 2 pair. Wheeler with the gut shot. And De Haas leads out. Third pot, 750k into 2.2. And decent price for Wheeler to continue, but does look strong from De Haas leading out. First act 3-way, single raise pot. And decides to let it go. So De Haas takes the first hand of the final table. 2 pair. Hi Kiwi, thanks for joining us. So looking at an almost €3,000 pay jump from 9th to 8th. And Tarlev here with ace queen under the gun. And moves all in. And Vhoff gets rid of ace 2 and Trigger sends ace 6 to the muck. And let's see if anybody has anything in the blinds that can give him a bit of action. Jack 6 won't be enough for Usain. And I'll be surprised if 10-9 is enough for Yedno. But ask for a count. but does send it through to the mug. Resto still having a few issues with the sound. Let me just refresh the link and see if that makes. Hopefully that'll be a wee bit better now. And Carlos, first time we've seen him in action. Ace Jack under the gun. And Corleone with the same hand beside him. Sends it to the muck. No action for Carlo. Just getting somebody to look into the sound issues. Hopefully, we get those rectified. Folded round to the Haas and the hijack. Ace 8. First final table draw for him possible, really, with Houston, the chip leader, to his left. And he picked up a pretty hand in the cutoff. Queen Jack of Hearts. Slides the gold. And Carlos defends the Ace 2 in the big line. The Haas hits the second pair. Carlos does have the Ace of Clubs. Might keep him interested. And he does check call. 1.9 big blind bet from the Haas. 4 diamonds. Brick for Carlos.
Looks like he's going to try to set the price to see the river. Leads out with at a 750k into 2.9 million. And the Haas isn't going anywhere with second pair. And 6 diamonds pairs the board. Brings in backdoor diamonds. And Carlos looks like he's thinking about making a move on this. He goes for a bet of 1.5 million. And 4.4. And definitely have check called the flop with the 6x, but you wouldn't have thought it would have been a natural move to lead on the turn with that kind of hand. You would have thought it would have been an automatic check again. So the Haas isn't buying the line, but Carlos is selling him and throws his hands up in resignation, knows he must be beat. And the Haas goes to pair with the 6s. And Carlos down to 10 bigs. Another nice pot for the Haas. Nice call there on the river. I'm assured the sound should have improved, but please let us know if there's any issue. TV saying the sound's still bad. I will speak again. Kiwi, yeah, maybe try refresh and see if that improves it at all. We have some people looking into it, so hopefully it'll be sorted soon. And yet those opened up Queen 9 in the cutoff. Carlos gone for the non all in 3 bet off 10 bigs in the small blind with kings. And I don't think Yedno's going to be. Oh, he is reaching for chip. He does want to come along, see what the flop holds. And top pair for Yedno. And you would think this would be a double up for Carlos. Comes out with a small C bet. Carlos with his
head in his hands, giving it to Hollywood. And then he's just going to ship it in. And Yedmo has the ball with top pair, but he'll see the bad news. You can't believe Carlos is that strong. Nice bit of acting. Future in Hollywood, maybe, for Carlos. And 10 on the turn. No help for Yedmo, as is the ace river. So there's the double up for Carlos. I'm just going to refresh with a new link I've just been provided from the engineers, so hopefully that will fix the sound issues. Be back in 2 seconds. Okay, that's me back. Hopefully things will have improved with the sound. Let me know. Silly Dog sounds better. Good stuff. Pocket fours for the Haas. Early position. Leon, 10-9 of clubs on the button, but not interested. And round the D-Hoff in the big blind. 10-5 of hearts. And he decides to give it up to big stack to Haas. And yeah, this looks to be the biggest spot of their poker careers for all of these players. I don't believe anybody has a six-figure score on their resume yet. Barlev with around 91k in the quoted scores. Round Wheeler on the button with King 7. And Ace 8 for Vhoff in the small blind. Trigger short stack in the big blind. And does decide to just ask for all of it. And trigger with Queen 3 of diamonds. Comes out his chips, but I don't think that would be quite strong enough. And he does let it go. Vhoff shows him the ace. Rest of what are the chances when we get a penalty for nicknaming Carlos Mr. Ninja? I might, you can call him whatever you want, but I'll stick to the name on the screen. Carlos Min opens ace jack from middle position. And Vhoff with ace 10 on the button. So potential for collision here, possibly. And Vhoff goes for the 3-bet on the button. 1.75 million. Putting pressure on with the covering stack. Last step out of the way in the big blind. Tough spot for ace jack. $21 bigs behind. Feels like an all in a fold spot. He does open fold ace jack. And Vhoff will be pleased with that. Did he show there? Looked like he might have shown the ace 10. Shrug of the shoulders from Carlos. Not sure if he did show it or not. Okay, still getting some sound complaints. I'll get in touch with the engineers again. Sorry about this. And trigger with pocket fours on the button. 7.3 bigs. Gets it into the middle. We'll be hoping to get it through. Last for the count. And makes the call. So trigger at risk. Could this be the first final table elimination? You'll be pleased to see he's only against one overcard. Nine, 7-7. Trigger still in front. Can be counterfeited by another 9. Or indeed another 10. 8 out to dodge. And it is a 5, so that's a crucial double up for trigger. Up to 16 big. And a wee bit of a dent in the stack of Usen, but nothing we can't afford. And Tarlev makes it 700 under the gun. With Queen 10 suited. Carlos makes the call with 7s under the gun 1. Tarlev with only 8 big blinds behind. And Ace 10 for the Haas on the button. He gets out of the way. And he had no further suit in the big blind, so heads up to the flop. 2 shortish stacks. Carlos covers Tarlev. And Tarlev finds top pair. Checks it across. Carlos checks back, doesn't fall into the trap just yet. And Tarlev decides he'll just protect his hand now. Moves all in. Slight overbet on the pot. And Carlos does find the fold. Tarlev 15 big blinds, a bit more room to breathe. Marlo Pereira in the YouTube chat, what's this raise from under the gun with 10 big blinds? Awkward stack size to play, obviously. A lot of people will say it should just be all in a fold at that type of depth. But as we can see there is potentially room to get a bit more creative, not commit your entire stack at a final table with a mediocre ultimately hand in early position. Plenty of scope for people to wake up with better hands behind you. It worked out well for him that time. And De Haas with 6s in the cutoff. And Tarlev with Ace-8 in the big blind. Knows De Haas should be opening pretty wide in the cutoff with his stack. But decides to just give it up. Resto not a fan of the hoodies and sunglasses vibe. I guess you see it more and more these days. Table of Cabral, Helmuth and Tony G would be quite something. I think the dealers would need some earplugs, as would the opposing players. But this is a big spot for all these players. And you can't really blame them for wanting to just keep focused on the poker. Another nice hand for De Haas in the hijack, Queen 9 of clubs. But decides not to get involved this time. Does have the big stack Usen on his direct left. And folded to Tarlev with King 10 in the small blind. And he puts in the all-in raise, and Tylos has the worst hand in poker in the big blind, so no problems there for Tarlev. And he's back to that 15 big blind stack.
Queen Jack for De Haas. Everyone locked up €9,350. €12,300 for 8th, so almost 3k pay jump. Yeah, no, open 10-8 of spades from the cutoff. And Corleone gets out of the way with King 5. So yeah, pretty cautious start to this final table. Quick dealer change here. And Usun and De Haas almost level at the top. Pretty big gap. 10 million gap between De Haas and Vhoff in 3rd. And then very close between 5th to 9th. Wheeler with 18 big blinds, 9th with 15. So yeah, might need a cooler to break the log jam here. But yeah, those top 2 players can really put a lot of pressure on these middling stacks now. And queens for Usun. Comes in with a 3-bet, 2.1 million. And Corleone quickly gets out of the way with pocket 8s. Good fold from him. Pocket 3s for Wheeler. Gets the same treatment. And back to Vhoff, but can't see him being interested in tangling with the chip leader. Out of position with a weak ace, and he quickly folds. So no action for Usun there, unfortunately. De Haas with ace 7 +1. Just had word from our technician that he thinks the sound should be okay now, so hopefully that's the case. And Tylos just limping ace jack from the cutoff here. Interesting.
And Vhoff will take the flop with king 4 in the big blind. Tylos still well ahead, but just ace high. Quick min bet. And Vhoff goes for the check raise with king high. And Tylos just snap calls. Interesting. Nine of hearts turn. Tylos picks up straight draw. And Vhoff continues with a small bet, and Tylos snap folds, shows the bluff. And some nice play from Vhoff, recognising that was a big blind. Range favoured board. Covers Tylos and decided to put max pressure on him. And gets him to fold the best hand. Usen opens the ace-5 suited. Early position. Tylos makes the call with king-queen. Only 10 bigs behind. So heads up to the flop. And top pair for Tylos, flush draw for Usen. And hard to see a world where all the chips don't go in the middle here. Usen fires out a continuation bet. And surely Tylos just rips it in. Decides to just call. Interesting. Oh no, does 3-bet. No, yes, it does all end up all in. So Tylos ahead now, but Usen the statistical favourite. Another queen for Tylos on the turn. And the king of diamonds improves him to a full house. So dodges plenty of outs there. Big double up for him. Back up to 26 big blinds.
first thing that's really gone wrong for Usain in a wee while. Ariel, which country, city is this tournament? This is being played at King's Casino in Rozvadov in Czechia. Fantastic place to play poker. Might well be the biggest casino in Europe, possibly, but they have huge schedules of tournaments across the summer, all year. Big festival after big festival. Very reasonable buy-ins. Big guarantees. And really good, fantastic structures as well. So if you fancy a wee trip out, do have a look at the schedule. You can fly into Prague, Munich, Frankfurt, places like that, and you can arrange a transfer with Kings. And Seehoff folds round to trigger in the small blind, 9-2. And he's just going to give De Haas a walk. And Wheeler has become reasonably short, down to 12 big blinds now. Hasn't picked up any cards really at the final table. Nor has fellow short stack Trigger. And the blinds are now 200, 400 with a 400 big blind ante. So it's going to cost the players 1 million an orbit. And you would think these short stacks are going to have to get moving pretty quickly. Corleone just being asked to be careful about how he folds his cards there, just in case he exposes them. Jack 10 of diamonds from Taulos. Been quite busy at the final table, picked up a few hands. Up and down, but got the double up a couple of hands ago. And pocket queens for Trigger.
And he will move all in. 10 big blinds precisely. And back to tie loss. I don't think he'll be calling here, but we'll see. Over half of his remaining stack. And he does let it go. Just too much. ECW King dealer isn't messing around. Yeah, no, fantastic dealers at King's. Some of the best in the world. Means you get through plenty of hands, which every poker player wants. And round to chip leader Usen on the button, but not interested in Queen 4. Yeah, no with Jack 4 in the small blind. Opponent playing about 15, 16 bigs in the big blind. Oh, Tarlev has dropped down to 9 actually as a result of the blind increase and gets the juices in. And yeah, no messing around, quick fold. And Tarlev will be perfectly happy to take that down pre-flop with the juices. You see it for Wheeler, early position. Awkward stack size, and that's not going to be good enough for him. Trigger with ESC the clubs, and he gets rid of that. And Ace 4 for Usen in the cutoff. Covers everybody behind him. And he min clicks it. Queen 9 of hearts for Tarlos in the big blind. Nice hand to defend. And he picks up a gut shot. Usen still ahead with ace high. And Usen checks it back. And Tarlos does bink the river. Checks it across again. Hoping Usen will want to put some money into the middle now. And looks like he's going to get his wish. $775k into 2.1 million. And Tarlos just calls, setting the trap. And the king of spades. Pairs the board. Usen looks like he's thinking about firing again here. Try to get a 10x. Jack X to fold maybe. And does look like he moved all in there. Snap call from Tarlos obviously. And there's a full double up for him. Second one in short succession. So that's him up to 33 big blinds. And Usen all of a sudden, from being runaway chip leader, is now back in the middle of the pack. 39 big blinds. Don't mind the bet from Usen on the river there. Doesn't really have any showdown value with ace high on that board. Can maybe get Jack X, 10x to fold. Obviously never going to get a king to fold. But unfortunately for him, Usen had the goods. Sorry, Tarlos had the goods. So De Haas, the new chip leader. He'll be very happy to see Usen losing some chips. And Tarlos completes 5-2. Corleone snap jams ace-3. And I'm sure these will go into the muck just as quickly. So yeah, after getting down to the final table very, very quickly, things have got a bit cagey. No bust outs for a while. Everybody fighting very hard to stay in this. And De Haas will open up 10-9 off. Middle position. And quickly folded round to the blinds, but Wheeler, more trash for him. He's been very card dead since the finals table has started. And his stack is starting to dwindle. And Corleone is 4 clubs on the button. Decides he can't do anything with it off 12 big blinds. And a walk for Vhoff. So a €3,000 pay jump in play for this first bust out at the final table. And again round to the blinds. Vhoff has a hand this time. Eyes up, trigger stack. And does move all in. And trigger does have a suited ace in the big blind. Snap calls. And this could be it. Could be the first elimination at the final table. Trigger in trouble. Needs some help. Clubs. 5. Wheel straight maybe. And not a good flop for trigger there. Needs a 5, and it can't be the 5 of hearts. And it is another king on the river. And trigger bows out in 9th. First departure of the final table. Well played to him. Was
short stacked pretty much the whole day. Did well to get to the final table. And a €9,350 payday for him, plus the 10,300 seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And Tarlev, Corleone and Wheeler pretty short stacked. Certainly once the next level goes up, they'll have to make some moves. De Haas and Vihov pretty close together at the top. And then Usun, Taulos and Yedno in that middle ground. So 5k pay jump in play now. And Usun has pocket tens here under the gun. And are we about to see a flurry of bust outs after a period of things being pretty cagey? Doesn't look like he'll get any action, unfortunately. And De Haas does eventually fold. And pocket fives for Wheeler in the hijack. Sub 10 bigs. And wow, just sends it into the muck. Two big stacks in the big blind, or two. Certainly the chip leader, and then Usun has pretty chunky stack as well, so perhaps decided there's just too much of a risk that if they have any kind of mediocre hand, they're just going to call off. And fives. You know, you never feel great about being all in with fives. So heads up to the flop between the blinds. Top pair for De Haas, third pair for Usun. So you would think Usun will be losing one street of value here. Min bet from De Haas. few people in the YouTube chat feeling this is extremely tight play. Yeah, things are getting very cagey at the moment. Biggest spot of their careers for pretty much everybody here. Two of hearts turn gives the Haas 2 pair. So we'll be feeling even better about this blind on blind confrontation. Just over half pot, 1.1 million into 2 million. Third pair nines does start to look pretty small here. No straight backdoors. Be more inclined to continue with 9-10 or Queen 9, but does get out of the way. And the Haas will leave it up to the blinds to fight it out. Usen with Queen 2. And just gives it up to Yedno. Definitely would have liked to see a complete there from Usen. But just shows you the implications of ICM at the final table. You know, all those middling stacks very much feeling they don't want to bust before the short stacks go. So does very easily lead to a dynamic where just all of a sudden lots of folding is happening, and people like the Haas and Usen should be able to take advantage of that. Usen just won't want to clash with the Haas if he can avoid it in any way at all. And Yedno, yeah, this is, you know, an awkward spot for him. Pocket eights. In normal circumstances, this would be, you know, quite often a fist pump 3-bet jam from the small blind versus the cutoff, but definitely one shorter stack, possibly two. Yedno will not want the bust now, but does decide the Haas cutoff range likely to be wide enough and gets it in. The Haas will ask for the count, but I think he's just making Yedno sweat a bit here. Don't think he's seriously contemplating calling off with King 7 here. Just maybe a bit of Hollywood to suggest his hand is stronger and actually requires some thought before folding, but
is giving it plenty of thought. Wow, I thought he was going to put forward calling chips there. And final peek before they go in the muck. Yeah, I think definitely just making Yed no sweat there. And Yedno playing for the win. Maybe less concerned about finishing between 6th and 9th, say. And wow, rockets for Corleone under the gun. And Wheeler has 10s. And there we go, straight in. No thought this time. Everybody getting it straight into the middle. Vhoff shakes his rubs his hands together, hoping to create some monster in his hand, but he has nothing. And Wheeler is going to be looking for a 2-outer here to stay in this. Shakes his head, lamenting his bad misfortune. Can he find a 2-outer, or are we down to 7? King 8-2. Potential heart backdoors for Wheeler, but still just 2 outs at the moment. And 5 of diamonds doesn't help him. So a 10 on the river, or it is the end of Rip Wheeler from Germany. Close, 9 of clubs, but not what he needed. And nice run from him. €12,300 payday, plus the seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. So a good week's work for him. Will, of course, have been hoping for a bit more, but final table. Eighth place finish. Hard to be too disappointed. Angry ants again for Corleone. Yep, he's picked up quite a few big hands today. Bit more room for the players to spread out now. And Vhoff with ace queen under the gun. 50 bigs. Makes it 850 to go. Blinds 200, 400, 400.
And wow, Tarlos with ace king in the big blind. Small blind, sorry. Just completes. So no 3-bet. Trying to set a trap. Ace king very under-repped here. Tylos does find top pair on king 5-2. Nothing but ace high for Vhoff. But he will range c-bet. And I would like to see just a call from Tylos. He does just flat call. 9 of clubs isn't a great card for him. But as we can see, Vhoff doesn't have any clubs. Vhoff probably does shut down now. Will take the river. And it's the 7 of spades. And quickly checked through. Would have thought Tylos would have maybe thought about a small lead on the river, try to get some thin value. But happy enough to take it to showdown. Minghui Pasa on Twitch saying, would have liked to have seen a 3-bet from the Ace King pre. Yeah, certainly would have been the orthodox approach, you would have thought. Trying to set a bit of a trap, maybe under-rep it. But yeah, small blind, out of position, post-flop. I think most people are 3-betting it there, but different horses for different courses. Dave Freedom coming up with some Corleone Godfather gags. Yep, no, there's been plenty of those today. And the ducks for Tarlev. And he'll rip it from the hijack, in contrast to Wheeler earlier on with the 5s. And Vhoff asked for a count in the small blind. King 8. Don't think that will be good enough, but we'll see. And he does fold. De Haas has an ace in the big blind. Ace 5. And makes the fold just a bit too much.
So Tarlev will be happy to get that through with deuces. And Vihof's got the worst button possible at the table, opening into chip leader De Haas and another substantial stack in Usen. So we'll have to be cautious. King 5 of clubs definitely qualifies as an open though. And De Haas with the Queen Jack in the small blind, definite potential 3-bet spot. I think I would prefer to see that than a call. And decides to fold. And Usen with not much in the big blind. And he just gets out of the way. So Vihoff takes that one down. Tarlev slightly distracted by some discussion that's going on there. Nine eight of hearts in the cutoff for Vihoff. Nice hand. And makes it 850 to go. And De Haas is going to go for the 3-bet now with Queen 7 of diamonds with the advantage of position. And yet no pocket nines in the big blind. Very interesting spot. As we can see, he's in great shape, but significant action ahead of him. Open 3-bet. Nines start to shrink, and he does let it go. And Vihoff gets out of the way. Doesn't want to get involved in pots out of position, 3-bet pots out of position with somebody who covers him. And yeah, interesting one with the nines there. Anybody getting it in there? Awkward hand. And pocket threes for De Haas in the cutoff. And he min opens, and looks like he'll get that through. So next pay jump, €5,300, 17,200 for 7th, 22,500 for 6th. Behoff just having a wee run of picking up suited hands. And he'll try again with ace-8 of hearts. And Tarlos, decent enough hand to defend in the big blind, 10-6 of clubs. And he does make the call. And a gut shot for Tarlos. Ace high still good for Vhoff. Checks it back. Five of clubs gives Tarlos flush draw to go with the gut shot. Would have liked to have seen potentially a lead there, but he gets there on the river. Nonchalantly sticks in a 500k chip. Gets there both ways, gets there with the flush and the straight. And Vhoff flicks in the call with ace high. Did he flick in the call? Sorry. Thought he flicked in a calling chip. Sorry. Apologies, folded. So Tarlos takes that one down, and he's up to 40 bigs now from being down to 8 or so around about 35 minutes ago, 40 minutes ago. Quick dealer change. And Tarlev starting to get cut adrift a bit at the bottom. 10 bigs. One double up gets him right back in it. So he won't want to be getting it in too late, but is certainly going to start to feel the pressure soon, and certainly once it goes up to 250, 500, the next level, that pressure will significantly increase. We'll have to take a stand at some point. king 2 on the button for the short stack Tarlev. And he does rip it all in. Like to see that. And Tylos limps 7-6 off from the button here. Interesting. Corleone completes with Jack 10 in the small blind. And Vhoff with Ace 5 in the big blind. How does he interpret that limp from Tylos? And decides he's not going to give them a cheap flop. Pumps it up to almost 2 million. And that gets 2 quick folds from his opponents. So some nice dead money there for Corleone. Sorry, for Vhoff. And folded round to the blinds, but just a walk. Vhoff with 10-2 suited. De Haas had the suited ace in the big blind. And Corleone goes for a big open size from the cutoff, 3.3 with ace 7 of diamonds. And Usen with king queen suited in the big blind. Won't like the open size ahead of him from Corleone.
We saw Corleone open to 5 bigs with kings earlier on. But it's definitely too strong to fold. So off to a flop we go. And ace high flop for Corleone. Nothing really for Usen to get excited about. So probably not a hand that goes beyond the flop. And Usen no messing around. Quickly lets it go. And folded round to the blinds again. Usen wakes up with ace jack in the small blind. And puts Yedno to the test for the rest of his stack. He also has an ace. 21 bigs. Another player on 12, 13. Feels like it's an ICM enforced fold. Although you know there is a very, very good chance you're ahead now. Yedno has shown some inclinations of wanting to play for the win, so maybe he is prepared to take the risk. But no. And I think that is purely a function of Tarlev being quite a way behind him. And looks like that's the last hand before the break. We'll be back in 12 or 13 minutes. There's the current state of play. De Haas, 25 big blind lead over Vhoff. All Dutch. Top 1-2 at the moment. And we'll be back shortly.
One day, Jesse, one day. Hopefully one day soon. That thing is beautiful. That is really absolutely gorgeous.
That was sick.
So, done a little bit of research, didn't make it hard. Apparently, Nicholas Astet, Lena, opened from the button. Surzat Hisu, remember our German friend, 3-bet to 75,000. Astet then 4-bet to 150. Then we had a 5-bet to 300,000. And Astet moved all in for the remainder of his 800,000 stack. So we had a 1.6 million chip pot. Ace King versus Kings. And Lena's Ace King, no good. And Hisu now up to over 2.2 million chips as a result.
Wow. It's been a nice day so far for our man Hisu.
Check, overpot, all in, call, guys aces. and Ben shoots his hand into a mug, and I'm like, Ben, you know.
This is a very interesting flop right here.
Well, you got a pair and a gut shot versus a open-ended straight draw.
It's this too. Dealer turns them over, and it's ace-6 for ace-high. Like,
I was gonna guess ace-2.
Yeah, no, it's ace-6, and then like Ben is like, no, that's not my cards. That's not my cards. I mean, like I didn't like run around too much on it. Just like I know maybe he was like embarrassed, whatever, like huge pot. And then, like also I know he usually doesn't mux.
There's
like,
a specific selection of hands that are actually happy to continue on a board like 7-5-3 two-tone, and it's somewhat rare.
Like
Yeah, I mean, if you think he's like...
It's somewhat rare that you see both of those types of hands at the same time, because the cards tend to interact, so they block each other. And we have one of those situations where both players have towards the higher end of their range on this board.
Yeah, more often than not, when one player is 8-6, the other player is 7-6, the flop comes out ace-jack-4.
Or on 7-5-3, one player has 8-6, the other player has queen-jack offsuit.
Right.
Something along those lines. So these are the kind of spots I find really fun to watch.
I'm intrigued to see how Bedell plays this. He's checked. Dvorak bets 120 into 148.
This feels like too much hand to fold at this point. There are so many potential bluffs. Dvorak, stuff like ace-6 suited, king-6 suited, 8-9 is a double gutter, 9-10, 8-10 suited are all gut shots, and 2 overs to a 7. Oh, wow, look at this river card.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. It's absolutely gross for Bedell because he sits there on the turn, maybe concerned that he was behind. He's probably in his head thinking, okay, give me a 4, give me a 4, give me a 4. He hits the 4 that's not a spade, by the way. The non-spade 4, and Dvorak rivers the absolute stone-cold nuts.
I mean, when you talk about
has
coolers,
4-13 behind.
This is a cooler.
Yeah.
You just don't even think about the 8-6 suited when your opponent raises from early position.
No, I mean, Tom is, at this point, right now, he's loving life. And now he's thinking, oh.
Now he's thinking, oh, that's too bad. I only get half the pot.
Yeah.
I played 5-10 the other day.
That's
wow.
a better hand
Yeah.
than mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Ouch. Just an absolutely horrific river for Bedell.
Final table.
Whoa.
Then I played one more and then never played again.
I win one time Sunday Million.
You win? I have never won Sunday Million.
Yeah.
No, I have a third.
I win then, but the buy-in's 215. Before
2-4.
I think 2017 or 18. Before 6-7 years ago.
It was like 200K or what?
165 with deal.
Okay.
3-way with deal, yeah.
Says Rod Hsu, the German poker player. In recent years, he is mostly focused on high stakes, high roller tournaments.
It's a fairly good thing to focus on. Did Mustafov just say he played the Sunday Million once and won it for 200,000?
That's what you did, man.
That's certainly something to do.
Play it once, you win it.
Yeah.
I mean, what's the point? Why waste time if you're not going to win, right? I mean,
I've been doing it all wrong, Tuckman.
You definitely
I've been wasting a lot of time.
Jesse Sylvia alongside me, the runner-up in the 2012 World Series of Poker main event. Still yet to win a bracelet.
Still yet to win a bracelet. But having second in the main event means that I've got a slight one up on Nicholas in one department in poker. And only one.
This is event 12. We have awarded a lot of bracelets over in Rosvedov, as you might expect.
15.
Hisu coming at it with some very small sizes so far. Small 3-bet again out of position, and then Quite the tiny c-bet. This is actually going to keep Nicholas in the pot. He's going to speculate with some backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw type of hand. Oh.
Backdoor 2-pair, backdoor trips.
Yeah. Or front door 1 pair and pay off a couple more bets, which he wasn't looking to do.
No, listen, this is online legend.
He
doesn't make 1 pair
run
pay
out.
off.
Yeah, I got you.
It's going to be running 9s and get paid to the max.
I could see it.
65.
Okay, now Hisu puts the hammer down. Nice little 60, 70% bet size. Love to see it.
Unfortunately for Ostead, I should say, maybe just a little bit too much hand to fold at this point.
No, you don't really float the 9 high to turn top pair and fold it.
Right. And he does make the call. Pot now 228,000. Welcome to the party. Lane of 900. So running diamonds got there. I was trying to think of some hands that Hisu might be bluffing here.
Yeah, diamonds are certainly in the mix there. Something like a king, queen, king, jack of diamonds. King 10 of diamonds, jack 10 of diamonds. All of these hands exist when you only have low diamonds on the board. Something that Nicholas will definitely have to consider.
Yeah, that white chip is 100,000. And he is going to not take very long to pay him off. So small bet on the flop. Keep Nicholas along. And Hisu now back up to starting stack. Lean 900, losing about 25% of his stack. Checks back the 7-7 deuce 2-spade board.
Yeah.
And then the offsuit 9 comes up. What bluffs does she have there?
See, that's the point I was kind of alluding to. It's difficult to find those bluffs, and this is kind of the beauty of the shot clock. Does she find them in 15, 20 seconds? I don't know.
And does her opponent decipher that in 20 seconds?
Yeah. I'm not saying Chrissy can't find bluffs there, but do you always give her credit for finding them very, very quickly in a somewhat unique situation? It's not a situation she's never seen before, but it's not one that she sees quite often.
Hey, we're going to go old school. Oh, no, I thought we were going to go old school like ESPN, World Series of Poker coverage, and have the Jack Link's beef jerky hand of the day where you had to guess what the hand was, but they ruined it for us. I was going to really put you to the test. Ooh. Oh, this is spicy. Hello.
Yeah, this could get very interesting. This is the type of hand that you want to be 4-bet bluffing with.
I'm not sure what your spice of choice is, but this is mine, and you get a late position open, cutoff open, a 3-bet for the small blind. Foxen picks up a legit hand. And attack is kind of, early on, was up to about 1.2 million. Lost that big hand to Lena, where it was check raised. Then led out with 5s, was raised again, and now is being 4-bet.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is a sequence of events that nobody likes seeing when they're on the receiving end of it. But he's going to go nowhere so far. He's got pocket 10s.
Does make the call. Almost 250,000 chips in the pot.
The beauty of having a hand like pocket 10s is you rate to have the best hand a nice chunk of the time, but even if you don't, if you have the worst hand, you're probably going to win all the chips if you flop a set. Because any hand that beats you is probably putting all the chips in.
What about the issue of being out of position against somebody as dangerous as Foxen?
That's never fun. And this is a good example of a board where you kind of hate that situation, right? You've got this jack high board. Sure, you're going to call a flop bet, but as soon as she starts firing a second barrel, let's say the turn's a king, and she fires a second barrel, now you're just...
I mean, what do you do at the turns of... What do you do turns of 4 and she bets again?
Yeah, you're in a world of hurt.
I mean, she's got aces, kings, and queens there sometimes, right?
Absolutely. A lot of the time. She might not always be bluffing with ace-queen offsuit. She may have decided this time I'll run the 4-bet, next time I'll fold. We don't know.
I'm really curious, because to me, and we can see the cards, but to me, it feels like Attack's hand it looks and appears to be exactly what it is. Something kind of, 9s, could have been 8s, could have been 10, somewhere in that range where, yeah, it's a good enough hand to 3-bet out of the small blinds. I'm going to call. It's also got enough hand there. I'm going to call the 4-bet, but it's not a monster. Or am I kind of simplifying it too much?
No, I think you hit the nail right on the head. This is the type of hand that really shrivels up against a 4-bet, and now you're already in bluff catch mode on the turn.
And so that's why I'm curious if Foxen fires again, and she does. And this is the bet that I was. This is to me a lot of fun. I feel like pre-flop, okay, somewhat standard. Flop, we knew it was going to go check, bet, call. That's always going to happen. But now is where the poker becomes exciting. What do you do with 10s now? It's such a big hand. Does your opponent have the aces? Does she have kings? And if you call this, are you going to call the all-in on the river, if there is one?
That is the question, right? She just put in a lot of the chips that are in my stack. Nearly 50% of the chips that are in my stack. If I call this turn bet, I'm likely going to have to commit on the river.
He
and
does
that really
call.
Sucks. He finds a call.
Oh, okay, so next level even. I love this. I'm such a poker nerd. So now it looks like, okay, well, nobody would bluff the river, right? Why would she ever bluff the river?
Oh,
and she
my
hits the
God.
king.
This is such a brutal river card.
The hearts get there.
The
ace-king gets there.
The only thing for ATAC to consider is if she had ace-king, would she have barreled the turn?
She had ace-queen and she barreled the turn.
That's true, but ace-king can beat some stuff, like ace-queen. I'm not saying she doesn't barrel the turn.
Right.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, is that going through his head? Is he thinking, does ace-king really bet again, or does it just try to reach showdown? Maybe it's the best hand.
Oh, and she does give up.
Wow. And that's unfortunate for us because I would have loved to have seen what happened if she shoved.
Welcome back to our coverage of the final table of the People's Poker Tour main event. Just 7 players left. Lost 2 from the final table in the last session. A couple of questions on YouTube. Paul Andre, how many entries were there? 1,899 total. €500 buy-in. €1 million guaranteed prize pool. Top 10 have locked up seats to the World Series of Poker Europe main event worth 10k. And there are the remaining payouts. Tarlev coming in as the short stack. Blinds will be going up to 250, 500. And an all-Dutch top 2, Lambertus de Haas. 10 million chip lead over Leon Viehoff. Good for 20 big blinds. Taulos in 3rd. Melise Usen, who was the long-time chip leader, in 4th. Took a bit of a hit in the last session there. And then Luca Corleone and Thomas Jedno. Slightly behind Usen. Thanks for sticking with us on YouTube and Twitch. Get involved in the chat. Let us know who you're supporting. Any hands you want to discuss. Hi to Ghost Rider. Thanks for joining us. And here we go with the first hand of this session. Chip leader De Haas with Queen Jack in the cutoff. But decides to settle in. Doesn't want to get involved with that on the first hand of the session. And Jedno in the small blind, 16 bigs. Short stack behind him. And he's going to apply max pressure. And Tarlev has garbage, 7 high.
So he's now down to 7.6, 7.1 big blinds after he pays the small blind in the next hand, and getting to the stage where he's going to have to find a hand to get it in the middle with soon. €5,300 pay jump in play at the moment. 125,000 for first. Huge first place prize. By far, would be by far the biggest score of any of these players' poker career. Short stack Turvla, I think, is the most experienced, has around 91k in recorded results on Hand and Mob. The Haas around 52. Usen with just under 10. And he'll open ace-7 of hearts from the cutoff. But tie loss with 7-3 in the big blind. So Usen gets that one through. Hi Kiwis, thanks for sticking with us. And King 10 of clubs for Usen, another nice hand to open. And Tarlev with ace-10, and he does decide that's the hand he's going to go with. And less than 5 bigs back to Usen. And he does flick in the calling chips. And Tarlev is very much going to like what he sees. So Tarlev, 72% favourite for the double up. Let's see if it's a sweat-free flop. And the king on King Queen 8 puts Usen in front. Jack running hearts, an ace for Tarlev. Nine of spades doesn't give him any help. And the 3 of diamonds is a brick. And that's unfortunate for Tarlev. Gives Usen a fist bump. And we didn't have to wait long before the first exit of this second stint of the final table. So down to 6. 22,500 locked up. Nice run from Tarlev. I know he had some supporters in the chat, so unlucky end for him, but Yeah, can't blame Usun for the call. Priced in. Decent hand. So Corleone and Yedno, now the short stacks very close together. Both of them still have playable stacks. And Tylos does maybe appear to have adopted a limp strategy recently. Saw him limp from the button earlier. Does the same with King Queen. And Vhoff checks back 10-8. Bit of something for everybody. Tylos top pair, Vhoff second pair. And the straight draw, Tylos with the straight draw as well. Jack would be no help for Vhoff. And Vhoff does check call versus a 1.6 big blind bet. Three of diamonds, a brick. Another small bet from Tylos, 800k again. And small enough to keep Vhoff in. And Vhoff gets there on the river with two pair. Potential one card straight, and Tylos does just check back. And saves himself some money. Nice check back there. Vhoff gets lucky with that river. Binked the two-outer with kings against Urtani's aces earlier on. So maybe his name is on the title, who knows? And Tylos with aces. Does min raise. King Jack for Vhoff, and will these two tangle again? Decides to just call. And could bring De Haas along in the big blind maybe with 9-7. And he does make the call, so three-way to the flop. Tylos sitting on rockets. Top pair for Vhoff. And this could get very ugly. Wow, and Tylos has he just ripped it? No, oh no, yeah. Sorry, error in the graphics there. I didn't think he had. Fires out a bet of 1 million. And Vhoff will make the check call. De Haas will get out of the way. And if this is a brick turn, hard to see Vhoff not losing quite a few more chips.
Tylos checks back. 10 of hearts. Looks potentially ugly for Tylos. Some 2-pair hands get there. Brings in the flush. He does have the ace of hearts. Brings in potential straights. And Vhoff goes very small. 1.5. Blocker bet. And Tylos makes the call. And Vhoff confidently turns over King Jack. Will not have been expecting to see aces there, but will be very happy he's lost them in there. Would be interesting to know what the plan was from Tylos there, from checking back the turn. Seemed a perfect card to get more value from King X. And Yedno with King Jack under the gun. Tylos getting involved again with Queen Jack in the hijack. And Usun makes the call in the big blind with Queen 5. So both Yedno and Tylos with second pair. Ace Jack 4. Yedno with the better kicker. Quickly checked through. 9 of clubs turn doesn't change anything. Yedno 16 bigs. Does he want to try to get some value or just take this to showdown? Protect his hand a wee bit. Tylos does make the call for 1 million. 7 of clubs. River, bad card for Yedno. Backdoor flushes get there. He doesn't have a club, but Tylos will just check it through, and Yedno will be very happy with that. Tylos limps under the gun with ace 5 of diamonds. Definitely seems to be a strategy change from him. And Yedno will knuckle the Queen 8 in the big blind. And he finds second pair on King 2-8. Tylos will have a min bet stab at it. But Yedno will stick around with second pair. And makes 2 pair on the turn. Won't like the spades, but certainly won't be folding. And again, very small from Tylos. And I would be inclined to check raise here if I was Yedno in the face of that size. Don't want to see a 4th spade roll off. But he will just take the river. And he improves to a full house. And will Tylos triple barrel here? Praying Tylos has the flush, but as we can see, he is left with ace high with the board pair of 8s. And he is going to try to get Yedno to fold, but it's going to be an impossible task. $2.2 million into 4.2. And puts almost his entire stack into the middle, but unfortunately for him, Tylos just doesn't have any of it, and he quickly folds. So Yedno up to 34 bigs, been a good start to the second session for him. And ace jack for Vhoff here in the hijack. De Haas lets go of 6-5 suited. And Tylos with 7 juice in the big blind, so no action for Vhoff. And yeah, very close between Yedno and Corleone at the bottom. But certainly no need to panic for either of those. Next blind level will put them under some pressure if they're on similar size stacks, but don't need to panic just yet. And Tylos continuing with the limping. Again, King Queen from the button. And 10-8 for Vhoff in the big blind. I think this is a carbon copy of a hand earlier on. Vhoff rivered 2 pair against Tylos's top pair. Sorry, I was on a bit of a delay there from the previous hand. De Haas with Jack 10 in the hijack, but doesn't get any action. And Usen opening things up a bit. King 2 suited from the hijack. Forces Yedno to fold ace 10. Usen will have a very solid image at the table by now, I would think. Has generally had the goods whenever any significant amount of his chips have went into the middle. And Corleone, 8-7 of hearts on the button. Must have a sixth sense. Dumped it, and Vhoff has kings in the small blind. Big stack to Haas in the big blind. Let's see how he wants to approach this. Raises to 1.25 and 9-6 of hearts for De Haas in the big blind. You would think that would be a hand he'll want to defend. Could even think about getting funky with a 3-bet. Blind on blind. And he does make the call. So after the flop we go. Nothing really there to interest De Haas. Vhoff is going to try to slow play this. Hope De Haas is connected with this board, or can be tempted into trying to take it away with not much hands, not much of a hand. And De Haas is going to have a fire at it. 1.35 million. Vhoff does have the King of Spades, which is a great card to have. So I think, yep, just a nice check call here. Keep in all the bluffs. And De Haas does pick up a gut shot with the 10 of clubs turn. And might that be enough to persuade him to barrel again?
decides to take the free card. Queen's not really a great card for Vhoff. Quite a lot of 2-pair, Queen Jack, Queen 10. Get there, but I think still worthy of a small lead out there on the river, but just goes check, check. And Vhoff up to 40 big blinds and pretty close to De Haas now, 47. Usen won't be too far behind them either, so quite close at the top now. Kiwi 8 would be spicy. Yeah, 8 would have been very interesting there. And another hand for Vhoff. He is 7 on the button. .35 to go. And Usen with ace-5. Vhoff has him just covered. And is Usen reaching for 3-bet chips here, possibly? Yep, looks like it. $3.1 million. And this really does put the pressure back on Vhoff. Vhoff, Usen and De Haas. Pretty decent lead over the other 3 players. So Vhoff will be approaching this with caution. Not really the players he wants to be getting involved in big pots with, but sometimes you don't have a choice. And very interesting flop. Both miss. Vhoff ahead. Usen has the wheel draw. And he'll continue as the pre-flop aggressor.
And Vhoff going for the raise. Wow. 4.6 million. Strong play. Doesn't feel Usun has any of that. Feels it's unlikely he has an overpair. Could be against a lot of king queens. King jack. Queen jack. Type of hands that'll 3-bet in the big blind against the button open. Usun doesn't look like he wants to fold. And he does make the call. And this could be a really, really interesting hand. Queen of diamonds doesn't help anybody. Vhoff still good. And Usun checks it over to Vhoff, who raised the flop. $16 million in the middle. Checked through to the river. 4 of hearts pairs the board. Vhoff still good. Is Usun going to turn ace high into the bluff? Check back from Vhoff on the turn could definitely be interpreted as spades. Still beats a lot of spade draws. Unblocked spades. And he is going to fire out here. Very small size, 1.6, 10% into 16 million. Basically saying he thinks ace high is good here. I think he thinks ace 5 is potentially good here. And goes for the blocker bet. And can Vhoff find the call? 10% of the pot. 17.75 million in there. He also unblocked spades, so is he maybe thinking the same thing about the flush draws? And he does find the call, and will be very pleased to see he's good. Usun shakes his head. I feel like if you're going to go for it on the river there, you have to go big, or at least sort of half pot, 75%. And Vhoff absolutely delighted to scoop that one. Big, big pot for him. 60 big blinds. And he is now the chip leader. $14 big blind lead over De Haas. Yedno in third. And then very close between Taulos, Usun, Corleone. everyone with €22,500 locked up and a seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. Very interesting hand there. Let us know your thoughts on that. I think Usain, with that river size, perhaps thought he was value betting, thought ace high was good. And Vihov with ace 5 in the cutoff, putting those newly acquired chips to use. And Yedno defends in the big blind with Jack 7 of diamonds. Ten of spades, 8 of clubs, 2 of clubs flop. Gut shot for Yedno. Vihov still ahead with ace high. And Yedno binks the straight on the turn. Difficult to see Vihov putting much into this pot, but we'll see. And he's gone big here, 2.9 million. And you would think that'll quickly lose a customer. I think would have preferred a check there from Yedno. Vihov checks back the flop. Feels pretty unlikely. A 9's going to be a good card for him. Maybe hoping he'd picked up backdoor spades, something like that. Queen Jack up and down draw that he'd have to call, or would think about calling a pretty big size with. And King 9 for Usain on the button, decides to let it go, and just as well he did, because Yedno has King Queen in the small blind. Yedno, who was saved in a set over set situation earlier on, flop 9s against flop queens, all club board, and running clubs, they end up in a chop, and Taulos gets rid of ace 7 there in the big blind in the face of the jam from Yedno. And Vihov, Cowboys under the gun, starting to pick up hands, has the chip lead, Life looking good for the Dutchman at the moment. But no action. Short stack Corleone with 7-6. Seems frustrated. Yeah, anyone wondering about Yedno folding the ace in the big blind in the previous hand will just purely be because Corleone is the short stack. Wants to do his best to avoid busting before him. $5,500 pay jump in play for the next bust out. Over 10 buy-ins for the event. So not insignificant sums. And Tylos rips ace 10 from the button with 15 bigs. And the blinds don't have hands that can withstand that kind of action. So gets that one through. Folded round to the blinds. And Vhoff gives De Haas a walk, who looks at ace-king suited. And just shows you the perils of looking at your cards when you get a walk. May as well just send them to the muck. Don't look at them at all. Mr. Hermer supporting his fellow Estonian Usen. Yeah, no, he's played well. Played well yesterday. Came in today as the chip leader. Had a very solid first couple of hours. Has had a few hands go against him recently. Very interesting one with Vhoff a couple of moments ago, where they both ended up on the river in a 3-bet pot with ace high. But Vhoff just had slightly the best of it. And Usen led out on the river for a very small size. I think if he had it gone bigger, it would have worked. But Vhoff found the call. So Yedno under the gun with ace-9. Vhoff's flatted on the button with ace-jack. And De Haas is woken up with a hand as well in the small blind, ace-10. But gets out of the way. And Usen getting decent odds to peel the flop with 8-7. So second pair for Vhoff, he hits the front. Third pair for Yedno. Gut shot for Usen. Checked across to Vhoff in position on the button. And he goes for 600 c-bet. Usen ducks out of the way. Yedno will stick around for a turn. Two of clubs, brick. If Yedno thought he was ahead on the flop, that shouldn't change anything, but still only with third pair. And Vhoff decides he'll try to get it to showdown now. Yedno with a stack that can do him a fair bit of damage. Only second pair. Might Yedno go for a small blocker bet here, try to set the price for showdown, but does just check it across. And Vhoff's going to go for some thin value on the river. Like to see that. Is pretty certain his second pair is good. And it looks like he's going to get it from Yedno with the third pair. So yeah, nice play from Vhoff. Gets pretty much the max he could have got out of Yedno there, I think. So some more nice play from him. And the Dutchman's looking strong. Maybe finding an extra gear here. And yeah, that sort of thin, recognizing those spots where you can get thin value where, you know, a lot of players, maybe 80, 85, 90% of players are just checking back the river there, taking the pot with second pair. Don't want to potentially get raised, check raised on the river. But Vhoff showing there that some of those spots are worth some additional thought. And got some nice thin value to bump up the pot. The Haas opening 8-6 from the button. And Usen starting to get shortish, 14 bigs in the small blind. Queen 8 of clubs. And does decide to get out of the way. And Yedno will defend the 7-4 diamonds. Picks up a pair of fours, which is good on ace-9-4. Not much for De Haas, but he does have the range advantage and positional advantage. And hoping a small c-bet will be enough to get the job done. I think Yedno will want to see a turn, and he does make the call. Bad card for Yedno. Queen of spades again hits De Haas's range, unblocks the spades. Now fourth pair. De Haas does have the 8 of spades, and maybe that's why he's decided to check back. Thinks he can go ahead of ace X, 9x, and that's exactly what has happened. Albeit it was against 4x. But yeah, De Haas with the best hand now, with the 1 card flush. And effectively the third nuts, because only the 10 of spades and king of spades are missing from the board. Yedno is going to try to take this away from him though. And he's gone a chunky size, 3.1 into 5.1. So basically, De Haas has to ask, does he give him credit for the king of spades or the 10 of spades? Otherwise, he has to call. And De Haas does find a good call. Quite like the play from Yedno as well, turning the pair of fours into a bluff. So yeah, quite good play all round, I feel there. But De Haas comes off the better in that one. Corleone seems perfectly happy to fold away, wait for a hand, hope somebody will bust it ahead of him. Don't think he's going to lose patience, doesn't look like it at the moment. And yet no flat calls with queen 4 from the small blind. Tie loss with 7 deuce in the big blind again. I think that's maybe second orbit in a row. He's had that in the big blind, which is never pleasant. And top pair for Yedno. Small c-bet, quick fold from tie loss. So next payout 22,500, fifth 28k, fourth 35, third 48, and then looking at a 55,000 heads up match between 70k for second, and 125k for first. What a first place prize for a €500 tournament. And Tylos limps from the small blind with 4-3, and Corleone wakes up with a decent ace and just gets it in and picks up some dead money there. Wow, Tylos snap folds, ace-7 on the button. Hoping Corleone might bust from the small blind, but no such joy. And king 8 suited for Tylos, straight in the bin. Same with Corleone with ace high on the button. Vhoff completes with jack 9 of clubs in the small blind. De Haas with 8-2 in the big. He'll just take the flop. And hits second pair on king 8-7. Gut shot and backdoor clubs for Vhoff. Quickly checked through, and Vhoff finds a jack on the turn. And he'll fire out a small bet, 600k. And De Haas finds a good fold. And Corleone with ace-9 in the cutoff. Ships it into the middle. Will he get any action? Seven, 6 of clubs for De Haas. But feels too light with a player behind him in the big blind. and does fold. And not much for Usun. Almost same stack as Corleone. Very slightly covers him. And it'll pain Usun slightly to have to give that one up to Corleone specifically, but not much choice there. So I think Usun now the short stack, but still nothing to separate him and Corleone. Nine eight of hearts for Taulos. Goes for the open off the 12 big blind stack under the gun. And no with King Queen. Has taken a couple of hits recently. He'll defend. And King in the window, King 10-2. Taulos, sorry, checks back. And pretty much the best turn he could have hoped for. Now picks up an up and down. No's going to make him pay if he wants to see it. 2 million. And Taulos does make the call. So only 8 bigs behind for Taulos. Needs a 6 or a jack. And it's the 7 of spades. Not a great card for Yedno. Flush gets there. And is Taulos. He does just snap, jam it in. Trying to rep the flush. Left with 9 high. Yedno has to ask himself, would Taulos check back a flush draw on the flop? He checked back the flop super quick. Like immediately almost. Opening under the gun with a short stack. You got to think if you hit a flush draw on the flop, you're going to look to try to get chips into the pot. So Taulos checked back the flop, called a lead from Yedno on the turn. And looks like he is going to find the call. Does just count out his stack. Certainly not an easy call with this run out. And he does lay it down. Big bluff from Tylos. And he's going to show it. He's going to show it. Yet no, grimaces, nods his head. And big bluff from Tylos. Fair play. Let us know what you think about that hand in the chat. Tylos saw a chance to try to take it and went for it. And yet no, couldn't find the call with top pair. And now again very close between the bottom three. And when the blinds go up to the next level, really going to do some damage to those short stacks. Daddy Low Music, what was he polarizing with this jam? A 7, flush not very likely. Yeah, I mean, I think that is the question that I think that is the question that Yedno should have been asking himself. How likely is it that Tylos checks back a flush draw on the flop? Got to feel it's pretty unlikely that he calls the turn with just a bare 7. He let out quite a big size, chunky enough on the turn. But, you know, playing for a lot of money, 2 players with smaller stacks than you don't want to bust before them, or you don't want to put yourself in a position where you're going to be the short stack. I mean, I'm sure it was only a flush river. Yes, of course it is. It's easy. It's easier to sit here and watch. Yep, we've got all the info, of course. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure any river apart from a spade, he would have been snapping that off. So yeah, I don't think it's really the 7 he's concerned about. And it was so quick from Tylos as well. Just snap. Move all in on the river. So I guess it depends. How do you interpret that? Nice bluff, says Kiwi. Yep, no, it was certainly ballsy. I'm not sure I would have showed it, to be honest, but decided to go for the rub down. Dalos Music was told that a quick all in on the river is more likely to be a bluff. That would generally tend to be my experience in live poker. King Queen did have Tylos covered, but it would have been would have done him some serious damage if he called and lost, and he would have been down at the bottom of the chip counts after that. At the moment, he's still got 2 players beneath him. So, wasn't for his tournament life, but it would have done him very significant amount of damage. And Usain has committed his final 9 big blinds from the hijack with ace 10 over an open from De Haas with ace 9 under the gun. And De Haas does make the call. So Usain in good shape for a double up here. And a 9 in the window, followed by a 10. Four of diamonds turn is a brick. And Usain looking good for the double up. And an ace on the river. So there's one for all. You guys rooting for the Estonian. Back up to 20 big blinds. Space Pirate, King Queen would have been a call for me. Smelled like a bluff. The quick checking. Yeah, top pair. Yeah, I mean, I think it does all come back to that question. How likely does it feel that a 12, 13 big blind open under the gun who flops a flush draw against the big blind, how likely is it that he checks it back? And as you say, checked it back very quickly. But, you know, again, it's easy for us to sit here outside the heat of battle and coldly analyse it. These guys have been playing for days upon days. You know, sometimes you can just talk yourself into folding the best hand. Corleone all in again with ace-jack suited from the button. Don't think De Haas will be interested in 8-4. And Tylos actually sort of quite a sort of difficult player to play against in a way. He's been sort of a bit random in terms of his approach. He's been limping some pots for a while, then he's, you know, making it 3x, then he's, you know, so sort of difficult to get a feel on him. Perhaps if you're sitting there at the table with him, feels like he's a player who's maybe capable of doing, you know, anything. And Tylos opens sevens from the hijack, and Vhoff ace-jack on the button. Feels like an automatic 3-bet, 6-handed. Has the chip lead. Can put max ICM pressure on Tylos, and that's what he's going for. 4 million to go. De Haas has a weak ace and gets out of the way. And Tylos just snap fold. There you see the consequences of ICM. 2 short stacks behind Tylos. Does not want to bust now. Sevens at best, you're probably going to be flipping. Do you really think Vhoff is 3-betting 6s, 5s, 4s? Probably not. And Corleone has started to pick up a couple of aces and has decided to get busy when he does. Ships it in a game with ace-jack from the hijack. But no action yet, no, with 7 high. And Corleone with King Queen. Does he take the same approach, or does he feel he has enough now to open? And does decide, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Rip it in again. 14 bigs. Gets Usen to fold the worst ace. And won't get any action from Tylos in the big blind. So gets that one through as well. Bit of confusion about what was in Corleone's pot there, but seems to be sorted now. To silver, is this the final table? Yep, no, this is the final table. 6 left out of 1,899 entries. 125k for the win. Plus the whole top 10 got a seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event worth 10,300. Everybody has locked up 22,500 from a €500 buy-in. And a few king queens floating around the table. Yedno's turn this time. And puts almost all of it in, but Corleone has jacks, and surely this has to go in the middle. Blows out his cheeks. Does he realise that Yedno has a wee bit behind? And surely this has to go in. He looks absolutely pained. Some people do just hate pocket jacks. But, I mean, this seems a very easy decision. No way. No! No! Folds the jacks. Oh, my goodness. Muffin saying, oh, my God, this acting. Oh, he wasn't acting. He was thinking about folding. Oh, my goodness. Can't believe that. Cannot believe that. Covered. Yedno. Had a similar spot at the festival main event, the final 3, where button open, small blind, 3-bet pocket 10s, big blind, wakes up with ace king, 4-bet jams. Button had nothing, gets out of the way. And the small blind ended up folding pocket tens, three-handed. Would still have been left with 22 bigs behind if he'd lost. If he'd won, he would have been going into the heads up with a big chip lead. And it found its way into the muck. And Corleone is now going to raise from the small blind, King Jack of Hearts. And look, you know, we'll see how it turns out. You know, he was flipping with King Queen. We'll see what happens. But I think I'm certainly getting my chips into the middle with pocket jacks there. Resto saying pocket jacks trauma. Yeah, no, I mean, some people do just absolutely despise pocket jacks. I think if you ask people what their most hated hand in poker is, I think a lot of people will say pocket jacks. But yeah, very, very interesting. Muffin could have been a graphics error. Maybe it was King Jack. maybe. But no, I think you could tell from his reaction. I think it was Jacks. And yeah, we've seen some crazy hands today. Some absolutely bonkers stuff happen. Been a very exciting day. And still plenty to go before we're done here. And Vhoff limped the small blind and will continue on the ace-10 jack flop, and De Haas unlikely to be interested with 7-5, but always gives it a wee bit of a glance before he sends his hands to the muck. And folded round to chip leader Vhoff on the button with 8-7. Perfectly reasonable hand to open. Put pressure on these smaller stacks behind you. And equally from De Haas, ace-7. Definitely a hand he should be thinking about 3-betting. He should know Vhoff is going to be opening very wide, but sends it to the muck without much thought. Usun with King Jack of spades, 16 big blinds in the big blind. Seems like a good jam spot, and he does go for it. And Vhoff won't be interested with the 8-7, quickly gets rid of it. And yeah, Vhoff you know, in a good position, can just open these hands. If he gets played back at, great, easy fold. But a lot of the time, he's going to be picking up pots on the flop from people who just don't really want to play back at him. Ace 10 for Corleone now in the hijack. Folds, and Vhoff has ace 9 in the cutoff. And he'll get that through. Pocket 5s for De Haas in the cutoff. Min opens. And Tylos in the big blind with King 10 of hearts. Sub 10 bigs. And he makes the call. De Haas still ahead with the pocket 5s. We've seen Tylos definitely capable of coming up with some moves. And Tylos wants to see a turn with the back doors. And it's another jack. Pairs the board. Might persuade Haas to just take a river. Maybe try to bluff catch against stuff that will interpret the check back as complete air. And the ace of diamonds. Bad card for Tylos to rep, but looks like he may be thinking about it. Got to think if he had an ace in the big blind, sub 10 bigs, it would have went in the middle. Going for a small size here, and I don't think that's going to be enough to get rid of Haas. and he does make the call. The line didn't really make much sense from Toulouse, and De Haas will see his 5s are good. Pavel, Yedno's not his name. Yes, no, aware of that. We've got a couple of players playing under nicknames here, so have to go with that. Chili Dog, never show your bluffs, you get called next time. Yeah, I mean, generally at the poker table you want to give away as little information as possible, but sometimes it is hard to resist the temptation to windmill that bluff in somebody's face, especially when it's on the river. And Toulouse gets it in with ace-5 from the small blind. Corleone can't call with 6-4 off 15 bigs. And I don't think Toulouse is the type of player to hang around too long, being the short stack. I think he'll be willing to get it in, try to spin it up. And big slick for Yedno. Ten bigs. And gets pretty much all of it in. Small amount left behind, but unfortunately for him, nobody has anything. Pavel Polak, it's not even his nickname. No, I mean that's the name that he is registered with under at King's Casino, and that's the name that he's playing under. So that is how I have to refer to him. You a friend of his, Pavel? He's played well so far. Hanging in there. Corleone and Yedno both waiting for Toulouse to bust. And another hand for Yedno, pocket jacks. Min open from the hijack. And Vhoff wants to see a flop with Jack 10 of clubs. And De Haas will probably come along with 7-6 of clubs as well in the big blind. So 3-way to the flop. And Jack in the window, wow. Top set for Yedno, top pair for Vhoff. And a straight draw. Third pair for De Haas. Backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draws. So this could get messy. Yedno checks it back. Ooh, very interesting turn. Vhoff and De Haas both pick up the flush draw. And Vhoff will lead out big size. 3.2 into 4.2. And De Haas finds a good fold. And Yedno loving this action. Won't be pleased to see Vhoff still has 9 outs, but Yedno still a heavy favourite, 75-25. And it's a brick, 6 of spades, and big double up for Yedno. Gets him back up to 30 big blinds, huge pot for him. Pavel with a few queries on the nicknames. Yeah, if if his nickname was Idiot, I would have to call him Idiot. Yeah, pretty much, to be honest with you. Yeah. Don't know whether that's his email address, maybe, or you know why that is how the name is coming up. But it will be something to do with how he's registered at Kings or what he wants to be known as whenever he's playing on the live stream. Have to respect people's wishes in that regard. And Chili Dog Vhoff can afford it. Yep, no, it's not going to do him too much damage, but a very important pot for Yedno. And Yedno with another hand, ace jack under the gun. Nothing really Vhoff could have done about that pot. Hand plays itself. De Haas did well to get away from the pair and the flush draw on the turn. And no action for Yedno. Thomas Yedno means it doesn't matter in check. Okay. That's well, that makes sense. Yeah, people have their own reasons for wanting to stay anonymous. But obviously, if they decide to do that, have to respect that. Does certainly make it easier as a commentator to have people playing under their real names, but sometimes it doesn't happen. And De Haas opening the button with 4-2 of spades. Usen in the small blind with king 10. And Usen giving this plenty of thought. Decides to make the call. De Haas suspicious about Usen's flat in the small blind, asking him if he's got aces. De Haas does go ahead with the pair of deuces on ace 8-2. And quick check fold from Usen in the face of a c-bet from De Haas. So yeah, been at 6 for a while now. 22,500 locked up for all the players. And Vhoff with kings. Could this be the hand that breaks the logjam? De Haas with eights. I think best to approach this cautiously from De Haas's perspective. Vhoff has him covered. Don't want to bust. With plenty of short stacks around. And does just make the call. Could also potentially persuade some weaker hands to squeeze. Stuff like 5s, 6s. And looks like Usen's going to come along on the button with queen 10. And king 10 of clubs for Yedno in the small blind. He maybe be thinking about a 3-bet. And he does reach for chips. And I like the play, but unfortunately the timing is going to be wrong. And Tylos snap fold sevens. I think he looked like he had sevens in the big blind there. So yeah, seems like everybody's got a hand almost. And Vhoff does he go for the small 4-bet? Does he just try to get it in now? You would be concerned about flatting, that you could end up going 3-4 way to a flop. Never ideal for hands like kings and aces. And he's going to come in with the 4-bet. Makes that 12.5 million. Makes it easy for De Haas to get out of the way. Ditto Usen. And Yedno's going to have to let it go as well, unfortunately for him. Nice spot to try the semi 3-bet bluff, but unfortunately Vhoff has a hand that he can't fold. And Yedno does let it go. So more chips heading Vhoff's way. 64 bigs. Chip leader. So next page up 5.5k. And Usen woken up with big slick in the cutoff. Opens off the 13 big stack. Tylos short stack gets out of the way, and Corleone has nothing in the big blind either, so no action unfortunately for Usen. And Usen is that correct? He's just limped with Jack 8. Not sure. Looked like there was some slight confusion about what chips he'd put in. And he must have limped because Vhoff checks 10-8 suited. Check through. Jack high, still good for Usen. Go for the delayed c-bet now. And that should do the job. And it does. And De Haas gets a walk, which he'll be pretty pleased about with 3 high. And yeah, these 6 have been battling for quite some time now. Battle of wills, battle of strategies. Vhoff with king 3 on the button. His standard 2.2 opening size. And Usen not going to be able to do anything with 5-3 off. So Tylos, ace-9 under the gun. That's good enough. 4.8 big blinds. All garbage behind him so far. And does Yedno have anything in the big blind? No. And still has some fold equity. And that'll pay for the next round of blinds at least. And we'll have a break in a couple of hands. They'll do a chip race of the 25Ks during the course of that. Quick 14-minute break. And Vhoff opening ace-10 in the hijack. And with a chip lead, can just put so much pressure on these guys behind him. Queen 7 for Tylos. Picking up the blinds in the last hand means he can get rid of that and live to fight another day. ace-2 of hearts for Usen in the cutoff. And goes for a big size, 4.7. And doesn't look like that'll backfire on him. Alter race at a final table, best of luck. Hope you take it down. And I think this will be the last hand before the break. And looks like Vihov just gets a walk there. So quick 13-14 minute break while they do a chip race. And here's the current state of play. Vihov stretching ahead. Almost a 30 big blind lead over De Haas in second. 18 big blinds. Diedno in third. Usen just behind him. And then Taulos and Corleone, Luca Corleone, starting to get cut adrift a bit. Everybody waiting for Taulos to bust. We'll be back in 13 minutes or so. See you on the other side.
Did you really have to make the second 3-bet? Was that really necessary? Attack has had a number of good starting hands since we've tuned in. It's always interesting to me to see how players respond to that. Do they think he's just getting wild? Because they haven't seen many of his hands at Showdown. They don't know if he's just getting out of line or if he just has picked up the Queen-Jack suited 9 times. It turns out he has just sort of picked up pretty decent hands a number of times.
Yeah. And hits top pair. Cross that with second pair. I find early on in these tournaments, it can be quite frustrating to pick up big hands early.
Yes.
Just
absolutely.
It's hard to get much with them. In your mind, you're thinking, can you save these for later on when they're more useful?
I mean, we've all had that day where we make 4 sets on level 1. People just check fold the first 3 times. We run into a flush the 4th time, and then we don't make a hand for the rest of the night. Unbelievably frustrating sequences.
So, some chips go in the pot on the flop. Do they happen on the turn as well? With Queen Jack on what is a pretty wet board now. You get 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. Couple of straight draws out there. And sure enough, Jack gonna bet once again, this time 31,000. So 31 into 42.
Yeah, I quite like this from Attack. There is a number of draws that he could have and continue to barrel. So you, of course, want to mix in as many value hands as is possible. Nicholas going to get stubborn here.
Down. Oh, hello.
Look at that card. The offsuit 9.
And what's the play here? I mean, are you still checking it? And he does.
Yeah, and for Attack, this starts to become a bit thin, running the triple barrel with this hand. Of course, it's still a reasonable 3rd barrel.
When the fact that hearts and diamonds missed, straight draws missed, does it make it a little bit more appetizing to put a value bet out there?
Absolutely. You feel as though your opponent's going to be compelled to call with just about every queen, a number of 7s.
And now we'll turn our attention to the other side of the table. And is this enough hand to check raise?
I think versus this size, my answer would be certainly. Now, if my opponent went, you know, well over pot, maybe 1.5, the size of the pot, I might feel like, okay, we'll just call and play it safe. But against a size like this, you just feel as though your opponent has one pair at best.
And look at that.
Wow.
The check raise from Melina. The quick call from attack, and there's the bad news. And look at that. So you mentioned like a ton of hands for attack, picking up hand after hand, and still he's now below starting. And Lena all smiles as he gets a lot back. So for the integrity of the game, we do make sure players do not have any electronic items on them.
Oh, it's interfering with the card reader. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I can appreciate that general
That's so crazy. I didn't know
idea, although it sounds like they couldn't read his cards because of it.
Sure, no problem.
I didn't know that.
That's wild.
Are you doing Cyprus?
Yeah, I'm going like
Technology is such a mystery to me, Tuckman.
I was kind of considering it. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't. You and technology fight all the time. You guys don't get along.
Well, it remains a little bit outside of my grasp. Let's put it that way.
No, I've been like for the party poker.
It's
Back then in Rio de Janeiro.
Chidwick coming in.
No, I've been in Sao Paulo.
Poker there is great. It's fun too.
Yeah, I remember.
I think I like the mustache even more than Chidwick's little profile picture down there.
Can I see? Okay, thank you.
Sort of leaning in with it.
Foxton's going to get a count. She does have Chidwick covered, but both these players are quite deep, although Stack's now relevant, where it almost feels like they weren't relevant 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, you're talking about, 85 big blinds effective.
You know, when you're 500 blinds deep, you're like, I'll figure out if you have 500 or 550 if I get to the turn and I want to raise. I'm not going to worry about it pre-flop. We're not there yet.
Why just call here for Foxton out of the small blinds?
I think sometimes she calls, probably most of the time she's re-raising, but she's decided that active stack depth, it's not like this offsuited hand plays extremely well out of position. It plays fine because it's ace-king, but also it plays well if you occasionally have it as a trap. And if your opponent never thinks you have ace-king and the board comes, let's say, ace-king in another card, they're going to assume that you don't have certain two pairs that you can have.
Right, and like in a situation like this, Chidwick can sit there and think, well, I have all the ace-kings. I'm the one with aces. I'm the one with kings. You never have that strong hand here.
Chidwick has a beautiful hand to run some bluffs with. He has the jack of hearts. He has kind of blockers to her best aces, like ace-jack, ace-queen, or what he thinks are her best aces. And if a heart comes, he has a great hand to start firing double or triple barrels off.
When Foxton calls out of the small blind, what kind of hand does Chidwick put her on?
Probably a bunch of suited aces. Hands as strong as maybe like ace-queen offsuit, ace-jack offsuit. And then a bunch of pocket pairs, some suited type of hands as well. All of those middling hands generally that you expect to see that aren't good enough to 3-bet.
Foxton has checked again. She check called the 40,000 chip bet. Chidwick looks like he's going to continue firing.
Yeah, so Stevie may be thinking about the fact that it's possible that Chrissy never has ace-king here. She could certainly have some ace-8, but it's always going to be ace-8 suited, so there's only a couple possible combos of that. And then when he has a queen in his hand, it's less likely that she has ace-queen, right? So this becomes kind of a nice blocker if he's going to start bluffing with hands that have a pair in them. This is a good one to use.
All right, is he targeting the weaker aces, the king X's type hands?
Yes. Yeah, something like ace-4 is exactly what he's trying to eliminate.
Well, this will be interesting. Does he fire one more time? 386,000. Foxton has played this hand to absolute perfection.
Yeah, this is really showcasing how powerful it can be to peel pre-flop with this hand sometimes.
I love that I asked you the question, and then you see this hand
you
played
got
out.
the dealer was like, you want to see why?
This is
Here's why.
Looks like Chidwick is going to go for it.
If he's bluffing, he's going large.
Yeah, well, not as large as I would have thought.
Yeah, I would have thought maybe a little larger as well. Still a healthy size bet. 2/3 of the pot.
But clearly bluffing.
And for Chrissy, this just becomes, do I want to shove, or do I think that that will...
If she shoves, can she get called by worse?
I would imagine. I mean, if she shoves, she definitely thinks she's getting called by worse. I would imagine that ace-queen has trouble folding to a shove. Maybe something like ace-jack or ace-10 occasionally call as they're blocking what they perceive to be the type of nutted hands that she could have. Also, this hand is probably a better one to shove than something like pocket eights. Just because when you have an ace and a king, your opponent has top set or middle set less often. Those two hands are similar hand strengths for otherwise. Yeah, she does just call. She's decided that there just aren't enough hands that will call you that you beat compared to the hands that will call and have you beat. There are a lot of jack tens out there.
I want to thank all of you for spending your day with us. We'll be back tomorrow for day 2 coverage, and we will be crowning a champion. And that beautiful bracelet you saw a few moments ago, we'll be awarding that to the winner. Registration in this event open until the beginning of day 2. Blinds are 6,000, 12,000. This is level 8. And this will be the last level of our coverage. The players will continue for 4 more levels after this, though.
See Beto back there laughing it off. He's taking it well.
Yeah.
In stride. What else can you do? I know, but it's just sometimes it's very painful. That 8-6 came out of nowhere for him. That wasn't even on his radar.
Yeah, you just you shrug your shoulder and you just go, okay, I'm supposed to lose this.
Yeah.
I'm supposed to double you up.
I guess so.
Bad luck, this one. That just tripped me out.
Alex has picked up a flush draw. Blom has got the straight.
This seems like a natural bluff for Foxen. You have 4 high. You can't win the pot. That said, I was about to say,
wow,
you do not want to get check raised because you do get blown off your equity a little bit when you get check raised. So he finds that sneaky check back, and wow, this is going to pay dividends.
Yeah, for sure. He checks back, realizes his equity, doesn't get blown off, but hits the spade. And now Blom bets, and
No, I just saw the sign. I was like,
even though it's a relatively large sizing, you got to expect a raise here from Alex, huh?
I would have to imagine so.
Yeah, I figured.
My boys love them. They just like smoke every
This
day.
feels like the dream. There's a lot of straights out there. Your opponent could even have something like ace-10. That felt like the mega nuts on the turn. And yeah, getting value here seems incredibly important.
Anymore, that's for sure.
That said, Alex is really in the tank. I don't know if he's in the tank just trying to figure out a size or if he's actually considering calling, but I don't feel like calling would be
Can't beat them, join them.
running through his head whatsoever.
He's definitely going to time extensions on this one. And he is cutting out some raising ships.
There we go. And for Blom, having the 10 of spades means this is going to be a tough combo to fold. Ooh, this is a huge raise from Foxen.
Yeah, it's 459,000. So you're looking at about, we'll say 375 more. Pot is 653.
Yeah. It's getting a little worse than 2-1. I think there becomes a size where you feel like you could just let it go and wait till you have a flush. I'm not saying that this is the size.
So 653,000 in the pot. Blom behind. Has to call another 375-ish. And he does find the fold.
Nice fold, Victor.
Wow. I mean, considering the 10 of spades as well.
Yeah.
We'll see later anyway.
Yeah.
Well done.
So welcome back to King's Casino Rosvadov for the final table of the People's Poker Tour main event in association with Euro Rounders and Microgame. 6 players left, only lost 1 in that last stint. Biggest spot of their poker careers thus far for all of these players. 125k for the win, €500 buy-in tournament. Taulos and Corleone hanging in there, but starting to get short stacked. Blinds will be up to 500,000, 1 million, 1 million big blind ante. So these two will have to get moving. Thanks for sticking with us. YouTube and chat. Sorry, YouTube and Twitch chat. And getting down to the real nitty-gritty now. Somebody's going to be walking away with a big amount of money, and Usain doesn't waste any time. Under the gun, King Jack. And De Haas doesn't have anything that he can call with. Oh, sorry, got ahead of himself on the blinds there. 400, 800, 800,000. And chip leader Vhoff on the button with Queen 8. And Usain pocket 9s in the big blind. Now, again, another tough spot with 2 very short stacks. Really does not want to bust now, but gets it all in, decides what are the chances that Vhoff has got something that he can call off against the jam with. Probably pretty slim, and he's right. But also wouldn't have been surprised to just see a call there. Thanks for the kind words, Richard, in the chat. Much appreciated. Thanks for all you guys' efforts on the mods today. And Taulos finds an ace under the gun. Gets his 2.9 million stack in there. Vhoff has juices.
And he'll make the call. So, and Usen with fives. What does he want to do? And he does reship it. And going to be another 15 bigs for Vhoff to call. I think probably deuce is not good enough, but chance to maybe score a double knockout. Could be against, two pairs of ace queens, ace kings, and twos could be in pretty good shape, but as we can see, that's not the case here. I think you can tell from that slight grimace, I think it's probably going in the muck. And he does indeed fold. So ace 4 for Tarlos, fives for Usen, covers Tarlos. And could this be the end for the German in sixth? And ace in the window. No spades for Usen. Needs a 5, running 2-3. No, sorry, no potential straights for Usen. So 5. Or Tarlos gets the double up, and he does indeed secure a crucial double up, back to 13 big blinds. Just behind Usen with 15 now. And that'll leave Corleone as the short stack. And still 6. And Corleone gets his 7 bigs into the middle with ace 10 from under the gun. And Usen with another hand, pocket nines. And he does re-jam. Tarlos gets out of the way. So Corleone now at risk. Can Usen get a bit luckier this time? Corleone awaits his fate. Queen 5-2, up out of his chair. Glasses go in the pocket. 8, no help. 4 outs, an ace or a 10 on the river. Otherwise, we're down to 5. And it's the 6 of diamonds. Unlucky for Corleone. Good run from him, well played. 22,500 euros payday for him. A seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And everybody locked up 28k. Next pay jump 35. 7 grand. And really starting to play for big money now.
And Usen up to 25 bigs after that hand. Picks up King Jack in the cutoff. And 9's going around the table. Vhoff with him this time. And he's counting out 3-bet chips. And too rich for Usen. Nice play from Vhoff. Usen guessing all the pocket pairs. He was close with the last one, pocket 8s. Chili Dog, life-changing payouts for these guys. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm pretty sure this is the biggest spot of all these guys' careers. Obviously, don't have any data on Yedno or Taurus, but yeah, you wouldn't be human if you were starting to get slight thoughts of drifting towards, oh, what would I spend 125k on? But just got to try to take one hand at a time. Just focus on making the best decisions you can and see where that takes you. Try to forget about the money to a certain extent, but obviously you have to be conscious of the ICM implications. And yeah, the white chips are 100k, pink chips 500k. And Ace King for Tylos. Chili Dog, I think 75% of all players generally don't know what ICM is or how it works. Yeah, could be true. Definitely an area that's got a lot more focus in terms of study content and stuff like that in the last 5-10 years. I mean, at its heart, it's a pretty basic concept, isn't it? If you're third, there's 5 left, there's 2 guys shorter than you don't want to bust before them if you can help it. But yeah, the intricacies of how that affects your ranges and how that affects what lines you should take with different hands against different players, very complicated. But yeah, no, I mean, I'm sure all these guys will be aware that there are a couple of short stacks, and ideally you don't want to bust before them with these kinds of sums of money involved.
And De Haas with Queen 10 on the button. Seems like a reasonable open. And Usen with Ace 5 gets out of the way. And Yedno now the short stack, 10 bigs. We're very close to being the short stack. Pretty decent hand against the button open. We'll probably be giving De Haas credit for being slightly tighter from the button than he might have been half an hour, 40 minutes ago, but he does decide to rip it in, and I've got no problem with that. And just too much for De Haas with a hand like Queen 10, you would think. Chili Dog, does it also mean you can call an all in at the final table with 9-6 off if it's only 1 or 2 big blinds you have to spend? Yeah, no, I mean, there's an argument that it's better for the big stacks to keep the very short stacks in at the moment because that puts so much pressure on the people in sort of third and fourth. Yeah, it depends, as Bird says, depends on how many chips you have in relation to the other players. But yeah, most of the time, you know, if you're in the big blind and somebody moves all in for 2 big blinds, there's nobody else to act and you're closing the action and you've got, you know, 40, 50 bigs, then yeah, most of the time it's pretty much an any two call situation. And interesting flop here with Yedno with second pair, Usen with top pair. Usen opened the button and Yedno called, and Usen has jammed the turn here. Double flush draw board, which Yedno unblocks. Might lead him into thinking second pair could be good. And Yedno does find a good fold there. Oh, sorry, was a limp from the button there. Apologies.
Tylos gives Vhoff a walk in the big blind, and wise too, with Vhoff sitting on ace queen. And folded to the blinds again. Vhoff with king 5 will at the least be completing this, if not raising. And the has queen 3 checks it back. So off to a flop we go. Ace Jack 9 definitely favours Vhoff's small blind limp range, but decides to check it across to Dahas. He'll check it back. Another ace. And Vhoff does pick up a pair of 5s on the river. And Vhoff gets one big blind out of Dahas with queen high. So Vhoff starting to open up a pretty chunky lead over the rest of the field. Double the stack of Usen in second. Dahas 20 bigs in third. And then Yedno and Tylos pretty much neck and neck at the bottom of the pile. Southside Ronnie, Vhoff should be putting max ICM pressure with his stack. Yep, no, he's certainly in a position now where he can really start opening a lot of hands. And Yedno with king queen under the gun puts half his stack in there. Basically saying I'm prepared to play for all of it. And Usen, garbage in the big blind, nothing that he can fight back with. And that'll pay for the next round of blinds for Yedno. Costing the players 2 million each orbit
in blinds and antes. And with only 5 players, they're going to be coming around quite often. And pocket 8s for Taulos. 3s for Vhoff, the nearly snowman. Decides to call. And Taulos has actually, limped under the gun here, which is very interesting with 8s off 10 big blinds. So Vhoff's followed suit. De Haas is called on the button. And wow, Yedno's woken up with ace king in the big blind. Can Taulos ever get away from 8s here? And again goes for the big bet, but not all in. And Taulos just snap folds 8s. Wow. Wow. It's just straight into the muck. Must have been his plan from the start. I'll limp, and if I get any action here, going to get out of the way. Kiwi loves the racetracks, loves the pocket 8s. New bit of poker knowledge for me. Hadn't heard that one for pocket 8s until yesterday. De Haas with ace jack in the cutoff. Makes it 2 million to go. And pocket 9s again for Usen. Seems like 9s have been floating around the table. And sticks in a big 3-bet, pretty much all in. Enough to cover De Haas. De Haas has a wee word with him, trying to get some kind of read out of him. Usen sits back in his chair, looks very relaxed. He'll be delighted not to have been snapped, obviously. And what Taulos is on 8 bigs. Or 7 bigs, actually. He was the big blind this hand. So this is a gross spot for De Haas. Looks to the heavens for some inspiration and decides doesn't want to take the risk with Taulos still there, and that's completely understandable. And Tylos ace 4 in the small blind just completes, and Vhoff has a bigger ace in the big blind, and this could be the end of our friend Tylos. Quite like the limp from the small blind, actually gives Vhoff a chance to jam with worse. And yeah, don't think he was ever intending on folding, and he sees the bad news. So Tylos is going to need to come up with another escape act here. 28% equity. Would love to see some diamonds. Queen, Jack 8 gives Vhoff second pair backdoor diamonds, and the 2 of spades turn leaves Tylos drawing dead, and that is the end of him. Great run from him. 5th place. 28,000 euros. He'll be playing the World Series of Poker Europe main event. So something very exciting to look forward to for him. And we're down to 4. And another pot for Vhoff extends that lead. And he looks like he's going to be a tough man to stop. Up to 58 big blinds now. Goes for the limp from the small blind. De Haas checks in the big blind with Queen 3. Up and down for Vhoff. One big blind from De Haas. Check call from Vhoff. And that's a bad card for Vhoff. In terms of, there's a chance if he hits his straight, might not be good against a full house. But, oh, and there, full house on the board, be a split pot. Jack 7 of hearts for Vhoff on the button. Another nice hand. .1 to go. Just over a min open. And 6 deuce for Usen. Suited. But Vhoff does have the hearts covered. So Usen definitely won't want to see those. Oh, wow. Both players flop the flush.
And if there's no other heart, very difficult to see how Usain doesn't go bust here. Could potentially just end up going in on the flop here. Brutal, brutal cooler. I'm the king of jinxing. Yeah, no, it's happened a couple of times today, hasn't it? And there've been some crazy hands. Still a chance. Well, Usain has went for the check raise, as you would think he would, and looks pretty likely that this is just all going to go in on the flop. Vhoff definitely can just call here as well. So a fourth heart could potentially save Usain here, but 7 of diamonds turn. He'll still be feeling great about his flush, and he sticks it all in. And snap call from Vhoff. What a cooler, brutal, brutal cooler. And Usain drawing dead. And Vhoff celebrates. And why not? Huge spot now for him. Big chip lead going into the final 3. Very unlucky for Usain. Played very well yesterday and today. Chip leader coming in today has finished up in 4th for 35k, and that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. So he can be very happy with his day's work. By far his biggest career tournament score recorded anyway. But yeah, what a brutal hand. And Vhoff has gone from being a 2-outer away from being out of the tournament today with probably about, what was there, about 16 left maybe, something like that, to now being in an amazing position to win this tournament. And it just shows you anything can happen in this game, and it's certainly not over yet. And King Jack for De Haas. Oh wow. And Jano has woken up with Ace King. De Haas all in with King Jack. And oh my goodness, we could be down to heads up. And this has gone from so quickly from 6 to potentially to heads up. And Ace in the window. Yedno has him just covered. And that is the end of De Haas. And all of a sudden we're down to heads up. Unbelievable. De Haas just checking that he is indeed covered. 48k for him. And that main event seat. Wow, what a run of hands. Well played to him. And there'll be a short 8-minute break while the players prepare for heads up. Vhoff coming in with a big lead. 56 big blinds. But both players still deep, so still potentially plenty of play in this. And could be a very interesting heads up match. Southside Ronnie, can they make deals? Yes, I think they can. They can discuss deals, so we'll see if that happens in the course of the break. And we'll let you know in due course. But yeah, we'll see you in 7 or 8 minutes. Stay with us, see who can take down the trophy and potentially 125k.
How much is that? Your turn, 7th hand. Or 17th hand. Oh. Kings? Okay. It's a chance. I think you're gonna win.
Got an all in here.
If you are minus 6 million, there must be some
We've got an all in. Wow.
equilibrium in the universe, some equality.
Mustafov's been waiting for it.
Wow.
And it is the online phenom, Lena, who is at risk. Really nothing you can do here. It's ace-jack versus kings. Could we be in the money? This could be the first time, by the way, we see a player eliminated not at the hands of Martin Cabral.
When we act, we have something in mind. We do some strategy, but it's pretty weird time. It's delayed already. Good luck to you.
The only player rooting for Lena is Lena and maybe his friends.
This is
not much going on for him right there. Looking for an ace and only an ace.
pretty meager run out so
Any
far.
ace
for
will
Lena.
do. Barry Greenstein. One time. Not this
Oh.
time. The 4 spades. And that is it. What a treat we get to watch Nicholas Astet, Lena 900, play poker for 2 days.
Right? Oh, yeah? Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When you asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today, final table, sorry. Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled ace queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so.
No, never.
You did.
I'm your biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to come.
I think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
Everything going Cabral's
Snap.
way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically frustrating spot for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, Ace-5-5, Rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board-changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh, wow. And why does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands you would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
So welcome back to King's Casino Rosvadov for final table heads-up match in the People's Poker Tour main event. Only 2 players left standing out of 1,899 entries. No deal done during the break. So these players are going to battle on. 125,000 for first, 70,000 for the runner-up. Both players, along with the rest of the top 10, have the seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event locked up. So yeah, be interesting to see how they both approach this. Vhoff with a chunky chip lead, and here goes the first hand. 9-6 with Vhoff in the big blind. 9-4 from Yedno, limped the button. Yedno picks up the pair of fours on King 10-4. And C-bet fold. And first small pot goes to Yedno. So yeah, interesting to see how Vhoff will approach this. The chip lead, you would think from the button, he'll want to be raising a fair bit, create the bigger pots where he's got the positional advantage.
But 7-3 suited gives Yedno a walk. And yeah, I wouldn't imagine these players have too much heads-up experience. Who knows, could be online heads-up crushers, but you know, heads-up experience pretty difficult to gain by definition. You got to get to the very end of a tournament. Credit to these guys for wanting to play it out to the bitter end. No deals. Not even sure if there was any discussions, but certainly no deal. And does make it more exciting when all the money is on the line. 55,000 heads-up match. Flush draw for Vhoff here. Ace high for Yedno. Five of hearts pairs the board. And Yedno probably feeling pretty good about ace high, but we'll take it to the river. And Vhoff breaks out. And just check through. So first three small pots go to Yedno. Heads up. Closes the gap slightly, but not by much. Yeah, I think it's a bit too early to be drawing conclusions as to how Leon will approach this, but oh, thanks for the kind words, Kiwi, in the chat. I'm sure I'll be back doing a few more events. I've really enjoyed doing the commentary. And now Vhoff with a genuine hand. Pocket tens. Makes it three bigs to go. And a reasonable enough hand heads up for Yedno, 10-9. And he does defend. Yedno does miss on Queen 5-3. Vhoff will be feeling pretty good about second pair, you would think. And makes it 2.2 to go. And Yedno gets out of the way. So first one for Vhoff. Oh, and think someone's hit the slot machine jackpot. Is that Rule Britannia playing as the jackpot music? And Yedno seems to want to adopt a limping primarily strategy from the button. Ace 6. Vhoff with Queen 9 of diamonds. Nice hand heads up. He'll raise it up. Quite big, 4.8. Big blinds.
And Yedno makes the call. So first really substantial pot. And gut shot for Vhoff. Yedno good with ace high on king 10-10. And checked through. 4 of hearts turn. Yedno does have the 6 of hearts. And Yedno happy to take the free card. And just check through. And Yedno's ace high will take that one. Ronnie, somebody hit the slots. Yeah, no, it's happened pretty much. It's happened every time I've been commentating on a King's event, to be honest with you, at some point during the day. So yeah, maybe should. Never been a slots person myself. I've never been able to find out what the actual jackpots have been, though. But I'm sure somebody's happy. Vhoff limps the button. 10-7. And Yedno with King Jack. And we'll go for the raise. And Vhoff gets out of the way. There's the trophy. Another nice hand for Yedno. King Queen on the button. And decides he's going to raise this one. 1.6. Vhoff with Jack 4 of diamonds. Automatic defend in the big blind. And second pair for Yedno on Ace King 3. All clubs. Both players with red in their hands. And difficult to see how Vhoff continues in this one. And quick fold. Heads up very much. Normally a matter of just grinding somebody down. It's going to be tough for there to be hands where both players have a hand at the same time. Ace high, king high are going to be good on a lot of boards.
have to be prepared to widen your ranges, play some pretty ugly looking hands at times. And I like this from Yedno, keeping up the raise from the button. You really want to be trying to keep a consistent approach on the button and heads up. Either you're limping most hands or you're raising most hands. And Vhoff raising from the button with 10-8. And gets Yedno to fold Jack high. Yedno limps this time with Queen 9 and Vhoff with ace-8 of clubs. And he'll pump it up to 3.8 million, 4.8 bigs. And Yedno gets out of the way. Vhoff ducking out quickly. Oh, there he is, he's back. Blows out his cheeks, maybe starting to look a bit tired. Been a long day for these guys. Long day battling. King Jack of Diamonds, very nice hand. Goes for the same size. 2.4 million. And Yedno Queen 3 of Hearts. Another decent hand, heads up. And 2 pair for Yedno, up and down for Vhoff. And this could be brutal. $2.6. Yedno can definitely go for the check raise here. Call fine as well. Obviously a lot more likely that Vhoff has air than he has a big hand. But can definitely have hands exactly like he does. King Jack, Jack 9, stuff like that
has to continue really. And Yedno has went for the check raise to 6.4. Nice size, enough to keep Vhoff interested with exactly this kind of hand. Does also have backdoor diamonds potentially. And I would think he will want to see a turn. Oh, and has he gone for the 4-bet? He's gone for the 4-bet, 14.5 million. Wow. And Yedno must surely still be feeling pretty good about 2-pair. 10-3 feels pretty unlikely. Tens, threes. When you have 2-pair, it is sort of difficult to come up with hands that Vhoff might be doing this with, other than stuff like that, and King Jack, Jack 9. And Yedno does just jam. And Vhoff makes the call, and here we go. 2-pair for Yedno, up and down for Vhoff. 9 or an ace, 8 outs, title on the line, 125,000. Eight of spades is a brick. Yedno 82% favourite for the double up. And it's a 4 of hearts. And a grimace from Vhoff. And Yedno all of a sudden has flipped the tables. He has the big chip lead. 83 against 35. And one of those hands that played itself, I think. I think perfectly reasonable for Vhoff to get it in there and hope to finish it. Especially, obviously, once he's put in the 3-bet to 14 million. But even if that hadn't happened, perfectly reasonable for all the chips to go in there. And is that going to be a big switch in momentum? How is Vhoff going to respond to that? So blinds now, 500, 1 million big blind ante. And Yedno raising up king 2 from the button. Vhoff with king 8. Like a 3-bet here. And that's what he goes for. Hennis, what happened? Yes, no flop 2 pair, middle 2 pair, queen 3 on queen 10 3. Vhoff had king jack. No check raised. Vhoff 3-bet. No got it in, and Vhoff called it off. And turn and river were bricks, so a big double up for Yedno, and he's now in the driving seat. Queen 9 on the button. Vhoff makes it 2 million to go. Yedno defends king 10. King high's good on ace 8 3. And Yedno will peel a flop with king high. Sorry, peel a turn with king high. Five of clubs. And you know, that's exactly what you have to do, heads up. You can't just check fold every ace high flop with king high. And he picks up the pair of kings on the river. Check back on the turn from Vhoff. So I think he'll be very confident. Vhoff doesn't have an ace. And he'll try to get some value out of Vhoff. Vhoff maybe has an 8. But as we can see, probably just a quick fold from Vhoff. Oh, wow. Makes the call with queen high. And sees the bad news. Maybe a wee bit optimistic there from Vhoff after his opponent has check called the flop. Jack 10 for Yedno, and quick fold from Vhoff, and all of a sudden he's down to 20 bigs. And ace 5 of diamonds for Vhoff. Should get some action from Yedno with queen 8. And off to a flop we go. Ace high still good. Checked through to the 4 of spades turn. Up and down for Vhoff. Gut shot for Yedno. Yedno leads out with 2 million. Vhoff makes the call. And another 6 on the river. Vhoff good. But Yedno probably does have more 7s and 4s. And just check through. And Vhoff will take that one with ace high. And maybe start to feel a wee bit better. About how things are going. Certainly doesn't look like he's given up or anything. Still plenty of chips to battle there with. And Yedno hoping to close the show as quickly as possible. But Vhoff has woken up with a legitimate hand. Ace queen. And Yedno just gets out of the way in the face of the 4 million raise. And yeah, I think either of these guys would be worthy winners. Both played well at the final table. And Vhoff raising up 9-8 on the button. Yedno will defend 10-2 of clubs. Oh, very interesting. 8. Third pair for Vhoff. Flush draw for Yedno, but just 10 high at the moment. And Vhoff checks it back, and Yedno gets there. Vhoff does have the 8 of clubs, but would be no good. A 4th club to him. $3.5 million from Yedno into the 6 million pot. And Vhoff sticks around for the river. And a brick 7 of spades. Does Yedno check it across, try to induce a bluff? Does he think that Vhoff has maybe 2 pair kind of hands that can call something big here? And leads out with 9 million. And Vhoff does make the call, and Yedno gets the max there. Nice play. And that is a huge pot. And that really does leave Vhoff teetering on the brink now. Yedno has completely turned this around. Got the absolute max there. Bird, yep, no, things looking pretty bleak at the moment for the Dutchman, but not out of it yet. So 81 bigs to 11, and up and down draw for Jedno, gut shot for Vhoff. Has his 10-8 dominated. Vhoff will stick around with the 1 million bet, and that is a bad card. Second pair for both players, but Yedno has the best of it. Vhoff does have a club draw checked through. And 7 of hearts, river, doesn't change anything. And he'll try to go for some thin value here. 2 million, 2.5 into the 5 million pot, and quick call from Vhoff, and he sees the bad news. Wry smile, shakes his head, just not going his way. And Yedno really does have his foot on Vhoff's throat at the moment. 87, big blinds to 7. And Vhoff's going to need something special to come back from this. And what a win this would be for Yedno in his home country. Looks laser focused. And decides doesn't want to give Vhoff a light double up, and we can see Vhoff had a proper hand, King Jack of clubs. So again, just adding to his frustration. You can see shake of the head there. Has locked up a career best score, Vhoff, so although second place might hurt for a couple of days, I'm sure if that is the way it turns out, he'll end up being pretty pleased. But no one likes to finish second, eh? And a big hand for Yedno, and he'll just ask for the rest of it. And Vhoff does call with the king high, and this might be it. Yedno well ahead with the ace jack. Vhoff down to fumes, and ace, ace, king. Less than 1% for Vihov, and the 6 of hearts does confirm it. Well played. Both players can be very proud of themselves. Played really well. Battled all the way to the bitter end. No deal, heads up. Wanted to play it out for all the money. And congratulations to Yedno. Well played, Vihov. And he exits the stage. And big let out of emotion from Yedno. Looks at the trophy. An amazing feeling to win a live poker tournament. Tough to beat. And I'm sure the 125,000 will feel even better. Congratulations to him. Life-changing money. And Vihov, second place. Career best score. And I think when he looks back, considering he was all in, kings against aces, looking for all the world, like he was out, binked the 2-outer on the river. So once he's had time for things to sink in and he can think through how the tournament's gone, I'm sure he'll realise he's got to be happy with second place. Thanks everybody for joining us. Thanks for your time over the last couple of days. Really enjoyed it. Hope you have too as well. Thanks Bird. Thanks Richard. Thanks all the mods who've helped. Been a great couple of days. And yeah, check out the King schedule for what's coming up. Loads of great stuff. Check Poker Masters, literally starting today, tomorrow. Euro Poker Millions coming up after that. 2 million guaranteed main event for a 590 buy-in. And then, of course, World Series of Poker Europe coming up in September. 10 of these players will be there playing the main event. And who knows, maybe one of them could make a deep run in that as well. Getting things ready for the winner's photo. And thank you very much for joining us. I will see you very soon. I've been Richard Hayes. Thank you.